So welcome to Consciously Thrive Live, day 3. And it's so nice to have you here. We're gonna go over some health stuff today because I was getting that lecture earlier. And we're gonna do a recap. And then we have some other stuff about choices and how they affect your reality and your future and how powerful they are. So let's ground in. Oh, and I call it going up, which is my version of allowing more source into my body. Oh, so you all do that too. Go, okay. I'm allowing more of my higher self here, present with me, and we're going to have an awesome time. That's the declaration and the intention, right? You set your intention and your declaration. So first I wanted to go over, when I was talking about Spry, that's the toothpaste. And I paid like 30, I saw one of these ads online, it's like $35 I paid, and they told you about xylitol and it reverses cavities. I'm doing a commercial. Anyway,
You're hilarious.
and I talked to my dentist too. I told him about it and they said, yeah, we're starting to sell that on our counter. So they don't advertise reverses, it stops them. It stops them from forming, actually reverses them. But what works better is colloidal silver. So I use both. So if you, and this, I like this brand. Can you see it? Yeah.
What brand is it? I can't read it.
Read it.
No, I can't see the brand.
Oh, take a screenshot.
What does it say? Yeah, it's all blurry.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
It's Silver Wings. And this one's 500 pp, which is very strong. I make my own, and mine looks like tea, light tea. So it's kind of golden. This stuff is like, mine's golden in the cup. See, it's a pretty strong. So, and it says you can do like a teaspoon a day or something, but I would do 3 or 4 drops. And you can swish it in your mouth. So like after you brush your teeth, then you swish it. And then if you have a toothache, it's dead. I mean, that toothache will go away instantly. And it's not a chemical. What it is silver is a metal, and it's in really small particle form, and it hooks up to any bacteria, and the bacteria, and it hooks right on it, right? And then the bacteria dies. And that's why when you swallow it, so then you either spit it out or swallow it, up to you. And when you swallow it, and I used to drink a lot, but it was a lot weaker mixture every day. I drink like this much. People were like, oh my God, no. I did it for years, didn't bother me. Anyway, so if I feel like I'm starting to get something, feel a little weird, take some clothes. But the molecule hooks, that's why they're putting it in socks and on rails and knobs, doorknobs. You know how everybody grabs doorknobs? Wait, germs can't live on silver. So you can clean stuff with it, but it's probably $50 for this. It's not that cheap, but it lasts 6 months. I mean, it's a good one. And then the spray, if you do the xylitol, and you can get gum too, it's supposed to hit your teeth, I think 3 or 4 times a day. So if you brush your teeth twice or 3 times, and then they have gum. I like their gum, but it loses its taste real quick. But it's xylitol, but it's poisonous for your dogs. For some reason, it kills them. I mean, literally, they tell you don't let your dog get a hold of xylitol. Just like I was talking earlier, don't let your cat get a hold of lilies. So you can't buy lilies if you have a cat, because if they eat them, they'll kill them. And this, do you ever get leg cramps? Anybody ever get leg cramps? Well, if you put this oil, any of them, any brand, but it's basically magnesium oil. So if you put magnesium oil, so if I run a lot, I get leg cramps, so I put magnesium oil and they're gone instantly. But at first it burns because it's salt right out of the ground. It's basically oil salt. And so that eliminates, and I tried pills and everything, none of that worked. The oil works. And I put it on every day. Before I put my lotion on, I put on magnesium oil. And because I do not like waking up in the middle of the night having leg cramps, but they're gone if you do that. And then I want to tell you about this. And I do a lot of things. There was something else. Oh, my, well, I'll tell you that after this. So now I'll tell you that one first. That's the way you manifest. If you're not really attached to the outcome, it's just kind of, oh, well, maybe this. I like organic milk and organic food, but I don't want to be going to the store and stuff every week. And I've been ordering on Whole Foods and it's every 2 weeks or something. And so I don't get milk there. And I thought, well, it'd be nice. I mean, I do, but it would be every 2 weeks. And I thought, well, it'd be nice if I could get a local dairy. And then I just left it. Within 24 hours, ding, at my door. I open the door and the guy goes, hi, we're a local dairy. Would you like us to deliver to your house? And it's not organic, but none of them are. I like, damn, that was pretty quick. And so now I got milk every week. And that's how quick it is. And it's law of attraction. They come to me. I didn't have to go to Google and Google the dairy, and I didn't have to do all that stuff. I just said, oh, I'd like some milk delivery. I wonder if they have that in this town. Because they didn't, I don't know if they had it in any of the other towns. I've never had it before. Or maybe when I was a kid or something, Mom had it, but no. I had organic vegetables delivered. But that's how quick it goes. And then this, I was in Turkey on one of the cruises with Esther. And this was, oh, this is Istanbul. This is from Istanbul. And it's really, smells amazing. It's the biggest market in the world. It's called the International Marketplace. And it's a zoo. It's like, all these people and all these colors and all these things. And then I'm looking at I want real perfume. And so I'm looking at the perfume stand and the guy says, yeah, it's like $55 American for this little bitty thing. And I'm like, oh my God, that's a little pricey for a dinky little thing, right? But I bought it. And that was 7 years ago. I still have some. I want to go back to Turkey. So I'm using it as an excuse. When I run out, I'm going back to Turkey and get some more, right? But the point is, expensive things are worth it. Sometimes your mind is like, oh, that's too expensive. This stuff is so strong, you just barely put a little on, and it's real flowers. And it's not overpowering. Like, I can't stand perfume. I've been on planes where people had perfume in front of me and I had to leave. I had to move seats because it was just overwhelming. This stuff is just perfect because it's real flowers. So I wanted to show you that stuff. I'll move it over. And I showed you the easy button yesterday, right? Staples. That works. Yeah, it works today.
You're so funny. These are commercials.
Yeah, it's so worth it though, because mostly what we say is, oh, that was hard.
Yes.
Right? We do something and then we're like, oh, that was hard. Or why'd that take so long? Mm-hmm. And if you go, why that takes so long, do you know what the universe does? Or your mind, or it explains to you why things take so long. And it makes things take long. Because it's answered. So if you ask the question, Why was that so easy? Then it's going to answer you, well, because you know what you're doing. And you're pretty good at it. See, it's you get the answer. And I have Tony over here. And that's one of the things, he doesn't teach it that way, but that's one of the things on this poster. Right? I don't know if you can read it. It's crooked. Quality questions create a quality life. Successful people ask better questions, and as a result, they get better answers. See, so he's not telling, he's doing it, he's not telling you, well, that you're literally talking to source energy or boogies. Why does that take so long? You're talking to the lower level dimensions. Why is it so easy? You're talking to up here. You're going to get a different answer from a different dimension. See, a lot of these people know stuff, but they put it into normal language, so people, so humans can grasp it. And that's what I wanted to show you about that. And I don't make any money on any of that stuff. Staples doesn't send money. So health. Oh, more on health. When you feel something in your body, I didn't bring those charts in, but I have these charts that acupuncturists use. And there's the meridians. And the meridians run energy, and doctors know about the nerves, right? The nerves run energy. And I put on the Facebook page a picture of the universe. Did you see that, anybody? I put a picture of the universe, and I put a picture of the brain, the synapses. And I didn't read the article, but I was looking for a good picture that I could share without buying it, because some of them I would have to buy. And the whole idea is we're like little versions of God's brain in the universe. And God's not limited to God's brain in the universe. The universe is God's brain in the physical. And it's an as above, so below. It literally looks like our brains. It's so cool. And if you see a tree in the winter without any leaves on it, and you get a picture of the brain blood vessels and nerves that go up into the brain, it's almost an exact replica of a tree with no leaves. You have your brain stem, and then you have all these little branches that go out like that. It's really cool when you start. I call it as above, so belows. And when you start seeing these as above, so belows, I play as a game, and then I see more and more and more and more, because everything's represented, because it's like a prism. What do they call it? There's a word for it where what's reflected a little bit is also reflected in the bigger, and then it gets bigger and it's reflected in the bigger and bigger and bigger. And they've showed that in computer programs. So I also put on there the flower of life that I see at night. So if you go down, you kind of go under all those photos. I didn't have time to change. She put like 7 big photos. They're nice photos. Go under there and you'll see those. And it's fun. You'll just start seeing it, because we're creating our reality, and it all links together with how the universe works. Oh, and if you start watching animals, does your dog go, damn, I gotta go to work today? It just goes, feed me. They let's go outside, let's have some fun, and the animals are source energy. They're God consciousness. And that's why they'll feel you because they feel they're psychic. So they'll feel like if you're sad, your dog will run over and put its nose on you or its paw because they feel you instantly. And they're answering the call. So you're feeling, your level drops a little bit, and you feel a little sad, dog answers. It's asked and it's given. That's how simple it is. Source says the dog, sends a dog, or it sends a horse, or it sends a bird, or it sends a person. And when you start seeing that and go, oh, thank you, or it sends a milkman. And then what's the other thing? The horses, now see, God consciousness is in these bodies. And humans kind of got mucked out, right? Down here. And animals didn't. Animals don't have the same free will choices we do. Animals just have consciousness to be, and they have instincts. And their instincts is their guidance. So they're tied in. So most animals are up here. They're tied in with their guidance, and they're actually holding the field on the planet. They're holding a light on the planet for humans. Because we're kind of an experiment. Can we wake up out of this density and be like little conscious beings with choice about creation? See, animals, they say, oh, where's the food? And you'll see elephants will go hundreds of miles, and they'll all go in a group. Nobody's saying that go that way. I mean, it's source energy. They're just tied in. They go, okay, I'll go this way. And they just go hundreds of miles where they've never been to find water or food, because it's all instinct. And so and instinct is alignment. Instinct is here in source. Oh, and another example is, I think they call them Mauritians, the birds. Like you'll see the birds in the sky, and they all turn and go like that together. That's all God consciousness. It's really beautiful. And the fish in the sea, the schools of fish, they're all tied in, they move together. And we do that like on the roads, on the highways. Most of the time, most people their higher selves are driving because they don't really have to think much about it. So they just kind of relax and drive, listen to the music, and it's your higher self. And that's why it's kind of a dance and a flow between the cars and everything. But when you get somebody out of alignment, they're the ones that are going, and making the chaos. But the other people are flowing. And when everybody gets in flow, it's a lot easier. Because source energy knows what's coming and knows where the other guys are. It's all known. It's all known ahead of time. I was going to tell you about this, but I think I probably got off track. When I was pregnant with my daughter, very pregnant, I was that pregnant. I was pretty pregnant. I had my little Alfa Romeo Spider, and I was coming up the hill from this really nice neighborhood on the Kona coast in Hawaii. And it was kind of a new neighborhood, and they just put a stoplight in on the highway, Maumalohoa Highway. I think it was Maumalohoa. And the highway's 50 miles an hour. It's pretty fast. And they put the stop sign in, but they didn't put bags over the lights. And the sun was setting behind me. And so when the car in front of me went, and I went because it looked like green light. But I realized later it was the sunset in the light, because they didn't bag them. They're supposed to bag them. And so these cars are going this way. And so the car in front of me went, and it was weird. And I went, and this car's coming 50 miles an hour, and I'm stopped like this, and there's 12-foot high lava rock in front of me. I mean, like they cut, Rosalie, I'll finish this. They cut the rock wall to put the highway in. So there was nowhere to go. So it was a cliff behind me because I just came up from the ocean, and the rock wall in front. And I'm sideways, and it's a little highway. It's barely 2 lanes wide. And this car came 50 miles an hour, and it went, I watched the rock wall go and move back 10 feet. And this car went around me and went on. And I looked at my tummy and I go, damn, you must be somebody important. We were going to be dead. And so I literally, my higher self literally moved the reality, moved the rock wall back, and then it came back. I'm like, wow. And that person had to be in alignment, right, to just go around us. So there's stuff happening like that it's unexplainable from human mind, right? It's like so cool. Let's get to the resistance too, about, because everybody has, it's like I was in TVE, which is the live, what is it called? The live event on live events. And that's what taught me all this stuff, the people that do it with Tony Robbins and everybody. And it's a year-long program, and it's $12,000. And it's $10,000 for LEAP if you pay in full, but I couldn't pay in full, so I'm paying 12, which is $9.97 a month, really, $9.99, something like that. And I went to TVE, and it's $97. I went there 3 times, and it's tomorrow, starts tomorrow. I went there 3 times before, and I wanted to do this. And I looked at it all and everything, but I couldn't make I just couldn't, oh my God. Because I've paid $25,000 for coaching. I've paid, and then I had to fly in and out of California and other places 4 or 5 times a year. I've paid $12,000 for other events where I had to fly in and out. And I signed up for a $35,000 program called Plat Plus with Jeff Walker, which is in a week. And that one, I didn't get in because my income wasn't high enough for Plat Plus. Those are like people who make over, I think the minimum at the time was 250 or 300,000. No, it was 500,000. And so you just keep going for it the best you can, right? I'm still hoping to get into Plat Plus, or there's a 25K group I really like. It's when you hang out with people who are going for it. It's like when I went to the Maui Writers Conference, I was in a room with, I told you guys, like, it was the first year they did screenwriting. So I was in a room, and I don't think, no, Ron Howard, was he in that room? He might have been on the panel, but it was like the guy who wrote Lucy, the people who wrote Superman, people who wrote all these major things, and there was 20 of them and 20 of us. And then the next year I went, there was like 10 of them, and there was 40 of us. And then the next year I went, there was 10 of them, and there was 200 people in the room. So if you get in early, like this event, the founder, you get attention. But I'm going to run this event again. And the more I run this event, there's going to be more people, right? So there'll be more people in Mastermind Forward, my Mind Forward Shift thingy. And right now it's like more individualized. Like if there was 500 people on, I'd say, oh, well, You can't get in. I can't take the time out from 500 people to get one person in. You know what I mean? But when they're, I mean, I have a tech crew for sure, but we try, but you just gotta do what you can do and move forward. But if you're not ready, it's fine, because I wasn't for LEAP and I'm still leaping. But what happens is I know they're going to charge me in a few days again. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, I got to go for this. And a lot of people stay in the group a couple years and haven't done much. But I have more of a, I really, and I'm kind of funny, because some of the people in the group run huge events. Like, you hire them to do your event. So they do all these corporate conferences and stuff. So like Dell Computer hires them and they set up the Zoom and do it all through the software, right? They don't do their own events. Hey, she made it in. So like, good job. Thank you, Linda.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that. And so they all do this thing. So there's not very, see, the group that I'm in, they make you, it's $75,000 to hire them. And then they take a percentage of your profit. So they take a percentage of what you make on the event. Well, they're doing all these big events for people, but they kind of were like, well, we really want to help people who are littler, who want to get out there as a coach, as a person like that. And so that's why they created TVE. So it's sort of they're doing the big events, which in the past they were flying all the time because they'd have to go to people's places and set up and everything. And then COVID made it more, they have this big studio. They spent, I don't know, like $300,000 on their wall. I mean, their wall has all the Zoom people behind them. They're the ones that do that, you know. And Tony spent on his $5 million on the first one. And he rebuilt it to a bigger one. And he has 2 studios. Because if one goes down from lightning or something, they walk over to the other studio. So, you know, it's getting bigger. This is this virtual thing. And so I'm like in my garage, and some of these people have 10, 20 monitors in the group I'm in, and they're doing these big events. And I'm like, look at my garage. I'm going to put this in my garage and do it. And so there's people in the group that are like, oh, thank you. Because it's a little intimidating with all the people who, it's easy for them to go out and spend $20,000 on this and 30 on that, tech, and hire people. And so that's why for me, it helps to have the support, because my kids, they're like, it's not, they're not helping. Your mom's weird. My son's a tech dude. He does security for $1 billion company. He's like, you know, the security guy manages like a couple hundred people, tech security people. So he's busy, and for him is a little out there, airy fairy. And my daughter's an artist, and now she's working for a vet. So you and there's right now in Mount Shasta, they were all like kind of flower children. Like, let's go out and smoke pot and dance around a flower. I'm like, no, I'm spiritual teacher, but that's not quite my thing, right? And so I didn't really want to hang out with those people. But I did want to hold the field there and get myself clear. And Longmont, everybody goes to work. I mean, where I'm at, there's not a lot of business people. And it's nice to have this and be able to, I am in a group. Rosalie doesn't have her, do you have her video on yet, Rosalie?
I can see.
Oh, good. So yeah, I had to spread it out a little more. So I don't know if any of you have taken classes at with Hal Crosman, screenwriting you. But if you, they're singing, she's in Leap with me. Anyway, if you take the higher level classes, they're like $1,000. They're pro classes. I don't know if he's offering that one anymore. But once you graduate, then you get into his private group, and in his private group, then once you're in there, you can join his Toastmasters group. So, but you can't get into his Toastmasters, it's private. But you can, Toastmasters really helps. You can go online and find Toastmasters. They're all virtual now. Before you had to go in a room, right? Now they're all virtual, and so they'll teach you how to be in. They don't teach any of this. I teach them. They don't teach how to look good or cameras. What they teach is speech, how to make speeches and stuff. So, but it helps you because a lot of the screenwriters aren't good at pitching. So I've helped them learn self-confidence so they can pitch. They can pitch their screenplays and be self-confident to producers. And it's like where Linda's head is. You don't want to be pitching a $50,000 project with your head like that. You want to have your head up. Go, I'm powerful. Buy my screenplay, right? No offense, Linda. I know you're writing or something. But it's the same with anything. You have to have the presence. If you don't have the presence, and the presence is confidence, right? So we call it confidence, but it's presence. The more you're present, the more confident you are. Because your higher self's totally confident in its life and everything. And so Linda, what was your resistance? Because I'd like to go over that. And I'm not going to make you do anything. I'm just going to see, because most people's resistance is either money, husband permission or wife permission, spouse permission. Let's see, what else is there? Time. They make the excuse, I don't have time. Or I think there's another one. There's a lot of stuff. People have stuff, right?
So for me, I need a new roof on my house. And so that is money is a big part of it. Money. And I also have to have some major landscaping I need to get done. But also the other stuff I was talking about feeling like, so this is a little overwhelming for me. I feel like I need a little time to process after this. Or I mean,
Yeah. But if you let this energy come up and not this energy. So you see everything's vibration. So you said, I want to do it. Part of me wants to do it and part of me doesn't. Is that part you or is that something else? That's what, and then is this part, and it's a little tricky because if there's some people will jump too soon into something and they'll be out of balance. Right? So, but you got to go through a little bit of resistance to get to something new. Otherwise, you're just in the same old life. So you got to kind of, that's why it took me a couple years to, well, not even, because I did 2 TVEs a year. So it took me like a year to join Leap. And I was moving too, so I had to move and everything. But and then you got to process it for yourself, and also what's your outcome. Like when your energy shifts, you make more money, but it might not be right away. And I can't promise anything because it's all your energy shifts. So you got to, what do you want? What's your outcome? Do you want to be self-confident and teach? What do you want?
Well, I was hoping I could get clearer about that very thing by being here the next 3 days. So,
but what feels fun?
It feels fun. Oh, all right. Stream. So let's stream what looks fun for me.
It's low energy. Oh, it looks fun for me.
Sorry. Oh yeah. I'm so sorry.
Okay. I don't no, hey, I had to find, I told you I had to find mine. It was like, and you put momentum behind it. So like right now I'm doing this and it kind of ties in with the screenwriting stuff, but I haven't got back to my writing other than emails and stuff, right? So it's like, and when I'm doing that, I'm focused on writing and that gets momentum, but I'm not focused on this. So it's kind of, I got this kind of split thing and I'm moving it together to help screenwriters wake up and put this in their screenplays, because the more you put it in your screenplays, the more the world sees it. And the more you're conscious and aware, the more you'll attract the producers, like I attracted the milkman, right? It's like, so it'll help the whole world, but it's not something that I did. I mean, I've been working, I think I had this idea in 95. It's been a while. It's been a while. So, and then you go, like I was looking at my childhood, I saw myself on stages doing something like Jay Leno, right? And then I see myself catching people falling, but I have no idea what the hell that meant. But it was energetically. So if they're falling energetically, usually they call me and say, help me, life sucks, blah, blah, blah. And then I go, oh, well, you're okay, blah, 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 blah. And it puts them back up here. And then they go on for sometimes a week or an hour or a month, or one guy calls me every 20 years. It depends. It's all whatever works for you, right?
Yeah.
But think about what's fun.
Yeah. Okay.
What did you do as a little kid?
What did I do?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, when I was a little kid, I liked climbing trees and hanging out in the tops of trees. I loved riding bikes. When I was in school, I have this memory of being so excited about writing a book.
Can you guys feel her as she's talking? She's moving up. Can you feel that? Keep going. You're moving up just talking about that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was excited about, yeah, it's gonna make me cry. Ooh, there's stuff coming up.
Oh, good. Let that out.
So anyway, sorry.
No, sorry. That's great. You're releasing. Remember? You're releasing the resistance to what you want.
Yeah. So, oh, I just remember being so, I had this book I was making. I think I was in 4th grade or something. I mean, it was so young, but I was so excited about it. And I hurried and hurried. I tried to finish it before the like parent teacher conference. And I do remember not feeling satisfied with how it came out before the event. I don't know why that's part of it, but maybe that's
you
part of.
You judged yourself.
Yes, I judged myself. Yeah.
And you judged your book when you were little.
Or else my parents passed it off as nothing at the parent-teacher conference. I don't recall.
A lot. Yeah, they do.
Yeah, that it could be something like that.
The little kid runs up with their crayon drawing. Oh, mommy, look what I did. And if you go, that's nice.
Yeah.
Go, wow, that's gorgeous. And you stick it on the refrigerator.
Yeah.
That kid always remembers that.
Yeah. And I was in
it's just a different energy, but that people here don't know that. They don't know how much that affects their kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let that go because they didn't know. And
right. And
you probably picked up criticism. See, when there's other people thinking it. So if all the other kids in the group are all worried about it, whereas our other kids had to do their books and turn them in.
Oh, probably. I don't remember.
Yeah, and if they're all worried and you're psychic, you pick up their worry.
Yeah, I'm very psychic, and I pick up stuff, all kinds
not
of stuff.
Anymore. Now you're transmuting it.
I'm transmuting and getting better.
And holding your light, right? And so just see how you feel after this release. I'd go wash your face if I was you, because it's literally energy coming out.
Okay.
And Feel like crying more, go bawl, go cry, let it out. And
Yeah.
then what happens when you cry and let it out? See, because it's energy that's kind of trapped somewhere in your body or something. And then when you cry and let it out, the thoughts will come up under it because you had them buried.
Ah,
Oh, I'm not good enough. That's
mhm.
one of them. So I can't do this. That's another one. Right. And so those thoughts are the release lets those thoughts out.
Mm.
And
I
then you
see.
get it. You
Yeah.
go, oh shit, yeah. And then you process it from your now. Oh, well, I was this old and I mean, we did our best,
Yeah.
right? Talk to yourself and we know better now and
Mhm.
it'll be okay. And I know I can write now and I have spell checker and Grammarly, whatever you have. So give yourself tools to make it easier.
Yeah. I also had this weird, I'll just do one more thing and then I'm always conscious of taking too much time when there's a group. And that's another thing I need to
Yeah,
let go
you
at the moment.
let that one go.
Yeah. I
Is
need to
what
let
this
that
is
go.
for, is to help you
Yeah.
guys gals move forward. It's like that's usually from childhood too.
Yeah. I had a crappy childhood. We can all
Yeah.
tell that. Yeah.
And I did that with
Mhm.
Blue, who's the guy that is in charge of this whole big event thing and the software. It's the owner. He helped me with the software a couple days ago. And he was just sitting there helping me. And I'm like, okay, I'll let you go. Cause I was like, I'm conscious that he's doing all this big stuff. And I didn't want to take up 10. He was like, oh, okay. You
Oh,
know, and then I'm like, shit, why did I do that? Why did I feel like I'm not worthy of his time? I'm paying him $1,000 a month.
yeah. Yeah.
It's like, so
Yeah.
we all have that and we just keep letting it go and go, I'm worthy. And
I have something that is coming up that's probably more relevant that I'll see if I can do it.
I want you to understand too is it's a group field. So a lot of what you have is what we all have and people are clearing it. So it
Oh,
helps
good.
everybody.
Oh, good. Thank you. That actually helps me a lot
Yeah, it
to
does
to
because we're
get that.
all in these, your higher self brought you all together here. It's law of attraction.
Yeah. When I had my first spiritual awakening, which was incredibly powerful, you touched on that
Uh-huh.
yesterday, and and I worked with a spiritual guy that was not that I was higher than him, which you've talked about too.
Yeah.
So I'm learning so much from you
Oh,
about stuff.
yeah.
But I had this amazing, exciting download about it's almost like I had this incredible poetry that came to me like so spontaneously. I was like waking up and writing in the middle of the night, but I had this amazing
Hi, Sydney.
uh, metaphoric poem come up about spiritual blending the old with the new, the traditional with the new, and I mean, and it was related to a city, like buildings in a city, and I mean, I don't even want to try to
Oh, that's
explain.
cool. That's like what I was telling you. I'm getting lectures before every event, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm in
Okay.
the bathroom and they're telling me, "Oh, you're gonna go over some health stuff today, and you're gonna do this, you're gonna do that, right?" And
Yes.
and
So
then at night they're waking me up and telling me stuff, and I'm writing it down. I'm going, God, I'll just wait till tomorrow.
yeah.
Like I'm trying to sleep.
So
It's like, yeah, but I appreciate it because it's helping me move forward.
yeah.
So
So what happened though is I shared the experience with this spiritual teacher. He took it and he wrote a book and sold it. And he literally in the middle of a meeting said, "Oh, you're giving me so many good ideas for my book."
uh,
So my
yeah, so
creativity, so that may have
you're
blocked
scared to share.
share.
Now
Yes.
I had to go through that too because he didn't write the book based. You gave him ideas, but there's no way he could make a book out of it. I mean, how long did you talk to him? An hour?
Probably about an hour, yeah. And he'd
Yeah.
stop in front and write down things I said. It was weird. It was horrible.
No, that's okay. But
But
it's like source energy was flowing through you to gift him.
oh, I've never seen it that way. You see my
Yeah, see what I
I
mean? That's the other. So you're thinking, oh, he stole my shit.
it felt that way, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's down here. Nobody can
Sorry.
steal your stuff. No, no, sorry. No, sorry.
So
We're all
sorry. Let that go too.
then,
Okay.
but the other end of the stick, because we're in duality, is you were channeling stuff that he needed to put out to the world. So look at how that helped the world. But there's no way you could tell him stuff in an hour that he could write a whole book about unless it's only 20 pages or
Yeah.
something. Like if he wrote a whole book, you just might have helped him get in the flow.
Yeah. Okay.
That idea, oh yeah, that idea is good. Okay, I got that. That idea is good. Okay, I got that. And I had a lot of resistance to talking to screenwriters because I wrote my stuff 30 years ago, 91. And I know a lot of this stuff and I could just keep it. And so for years I had to go through, oh God, I want to help them get to the world because by myself, it's one book or it's one screenplay or it's one movie. But I had that, I want to hold on to it and protect it and not share it with anybody. And it's been 30 years. It sucks. It's like, I'm like, hell. I mean, I'm 66. I need to get this out to the world at some point or I'm going to croak and nobody will know it, right? So that's the lower end of the stick. That's the ego.
Thank you.
And
Yeah.
so
I
I'm telling you, I went through it for years. It's like, and so it's like, and then at some point I'm like, okay, I'll put it out to the world. Oh, okay, I'll help people. And so I started putting it out there. And then things started flowing easier. Right? It's because it's sharing, we're contributing to each other. We're all parts of the contributing to each other. That's how it works. Like your cells, they don't help each other. I don't like the word help because it's kind of, women got kind of tangled in, helping. But I like contribute. So our cells are all contributing to each other. Like if one gets enough oxygen, it takes the extra oxygen and gives it to the cell next to it. Did you guys know that's how it works? If it has enough magnesium, it takes what it needs and it gives it to the cell next to it. That's how it works. And so that's like with us, with people. If I get a whole bunch of screenwriters that are awake and know all this stuff, and they put it in even little parts of it in their screenplays, even if they're just conscious of it, because it'll help their screenplays get out there, then it changes the world. But if I sit in my office and go, oh, I'm not sharing my shit, nobody will know it. I went through all this crap to get my shit. Where did it come from? Where did all this information come from? It came from source. Right? It came from source. And then part of it down here is I don't want them to steal my ideas. They're not going to pay me enough. I had to go through a lot of, I want to control it. And that's kind of common with screenwriters and stuff. It's like, I want to control it. I want to be the producer. I want to be the director. I want to be the, so your mind's like, I'm going to hold on to it all and control it. And then I had to get out of that and go, well, shit, if I can get Ron Howard or somebody really good to help me, I know it's going to be better than I could do. I don't know how to do that. I don't have time in this lifetime to learn how to direct and produce. And unless I do a little short, I can do a little short or a little thing at this time. If I was 25, maybe. I mean, and I have all these ideas. Yeah, I could probably do it all. But then I'm still limiting myself from people helping me. Asking for help. That's one of the limitations. And that's one of the limitations if you don't know how to ask for help. and receive it. And if you think people are going to steal your stuff, I have so much of my own stuff, I don't have time to steal other people's stuff. But if you believe they're going to steal your stuff, you know what? They'll steal your stuff. I built a house in Hawaii, and I hired the architect. He was one of the biggest, most nicest architects in Hawaii. And I mean, my ex drew out his plans, and I went and drew out plans, what I thought, and we gave them to the architect, and he's like, and he started over, and he's like, no, your house is, you're on this cliff, blah, blah, blah. He goes, looks at the land. We're going to make your house at this kind of shape like this. So every room has an ocean view. And we're going to put the kids' wing way over there. So the adult wing's way over there. And I'm like, oh no, I want to be my kids. He goes, not after a couple of years. And they won't want to be by you either. So, and then we're going to, you know, and so he knew what he was doing. And we built that house and we designed it, and we didn't really want to pay him to do the wiring. It's a lot of money to hire a high-level architect to do your wiring plan. So we found a cheaper guy who could just take his plans and put the wiring in, which is every so many inches. Like, I'm in an old house. I have a plug there and I have a plug there in this garage, and that's ridiculous. So I had to buy all these circuit breakers and everything to run this event. And because I'm using a lot of electricity. But in a new house, you have to have it every so many feet. You get a lot more plugs. It's cool. But the I don't want to butt it. And the guy that did the wiring plan, he did okay. Talked to my ex, and I'm not sure what my ex told him, but it was okay. And then about a year and a half after we built my house, I'm driving up the road in another neighborhood, and I look over and they were building my house. And I'm getting chills right now because I was so pissed off. And it was a really ugly version. I mean, they took the plans, copied them, stuck it in a lot that had nothing to do with the view, and they moved they moved the front door somewhere else and had stairs up to it. And I had this big, beautiful, you walked in, it's all marble, and it's like this really pretty light color marble. I might put a picture of it in the group. And then you open I had 18 doors, custom made redwood doors you opened up, and then it was a waterfall pool off a cliff, and then the ocean. So when you walked in the door, all you saw was ocean. It was gorgeous. And they're building a crappy version. I hired a custom home by an architect, and so I was radiating them. And I don't know if you guys have felt people radiate, but when you're pissed, you're sending energy of anger, right? Like a fire. And they felt it, because the next time I drove by that house, they had Hawaiian tea leaves, which it's a Hawaiian, if you're under psychic attack, you put tea leaves around you in Hawaii. And what I would do is just plant tea plants in every corner of the yard. You can do that and they just grow naturally. But I drove by and they had these giant tea leaves stapled on the house. I'm like, oh my God, they're feeling me. I'm so pissed, I better quit doing that. So I quit radiating them. And then I found out that the wiring guy did it. And so he took the plan from Lucky Bennett, who was the huge architect, and he made the wiring for us, and then he sold that to somebody. And we paid thousands and thousands of dollars for this plan, and sold that to somebody to copy. And I was, so yeah, people have copied things and they do copy things, but I had to go through that. And I told Lucky, and do you know what he said? I said, look at, they copied my house. They copied my house. And he was pretty high level at the time. And he goes, wow, that's, what's the word? That's not congratulations, but that's a compliment. That's a compliment to the design. And so I'm looking at it down here, right? In the, how dare they? And he's going, wow, that's a compliment. I go, yeah, it's a really crappy version. So it didn't really bother me because it was such a crappy version. But yeah. But so it happens. And it's easier now to Google your stuff, right? So if you write something and you put it out there, you can literally put a chunk of the copy on Google and search. And if somebody else has directly copied it, it'll come right up. So you can find them, but I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't worry about it. It's a common belief as you're coming out of these fields that somebody's going to steal my stuff, because you're owning this stuff, but when you realize the stuff's coming from source, it's not your stuff anyway. And the thing that really helped me was they're not my desires. See, I always thought, oh, if I got a new car, I'd be selfish, bitch. I'd be a selfish bitch. How dare I have this, or how dare I have that? I even felt guilt. Well, I felt I had my big house, but I justified it. It's for my kids, right? Like oh, it's for my kid. I need this for my kids. They need a nice house. But for me it's like when I was in my publishing advertising agency, I had people come to me and give me their books, and I would take their book within, and it was before online and everything, and I would take their book and I would do all the typeset, put the whole book together, and get it published, get it printed, and give them 2,000 copies or whatever they wanted. I could take your book within 2 months. Now it'd be like a lot quicker. It'd probably be like in 2 weeks, but it'd be like within 2 months and get it to the world. I did that all the time. It was part of what I did, right? And so then I'm like, okay, I'll write a book. Are you kidding me? I dumped my level. How dare I write a book? Who do I think I am? How dare I put that out there? I had so many self-worth issues. I couldn't get it out there. It took me 20 years. That little PDF I channeled in like 92, 93, no, probably 95. It just came in. I just channeled it. And I kept trying to put it out there in different ways. And every time I did, I'd have fear, terror, all this stuff come up, because these fields didn't want people. And a lot of them were attacking me, and I had a lot of holes in my aura. And so they could get in and attack me. And so then I'm just like, oh, well, I can't do it right now. I'll just wait. And I ended up waiting. Now it's out there. But it's like, and I had to go through stuff to put it out there. So you just see this little PDF and you think, it's no big deal. It took me 20 years to get that out there. And I've made a whole, probably $4 on it. Maybe, no, I probably made 20 or 30 because it's 99 cents. And then Amazon sends you like 12 cents of it or 20 cents of it, just 50. It just depends where if it's sold in Europe. It's been sold, a lot of places. But I get every month I get like, here's your 22 cents. Here's your 13 cents on Amazon in royalties. So it depends what you have going on, what's your belief system. So even though I technically could do it, I mentally couldn't. And that's what I help people get through those mental blocks. Because I've taken a lot of coaching, like I was saying earlier, some of you weren't here. I paid $25,000 for coaching. I've paid $12,000 twice. I've paid $8,000, and then and some of those I had to fly every 4 months and go stay at hotels and stuff to get the coaching, and I'm still paying because I need it. It's like, but it's interesting. Like the coaching group I hired 6 years ago for $25,000 was teaching all this stuff. And the one I hired a year before that for $13,000 or whatever, they were teaching a lot of this. Well, they weren't teaching any of the spiritual stuff. They were teaching more of the stuff that's like kind of more of the what you do to get your income up and to reach more people. They were teaching more of the business stuff, but it's taken this long for me to get it. Like I hear them and I'm like, oh, okay, I can finally hear these people. I can finally get it, because my mind was going, I don't know what the hell, and I'm going, oh, that's interesting, but I couldn't grasp it, right? Because my level was in business. So in spiritual stuff, my level's always been pretty high. But in business, I had a lot of blocks about business and the self-worth issues. And I've had a business since I was 20. I had started my first corporation at 23. I've had a few. And about 3 years ago, I go, I have a business? I have a business? And I'm like, wow, that's coming up. So I had to clear a whole bunch of definitions around business and assholes and selling, and because my parents, right, my dad, yeah, there was just a whole bunch of crap. So I was coming up and going through stuff. So yeah, it's a continuous. So what, anybody else have any resistance or ideas you want to share or anything before we get to the choices segment?
I was just thinking that, like what you were talking about, sort of the negative self-talk that comes in. Is it just
boogies? They're boogies.
Is it also coming from like outside sources, or is it just your own self?
It's coming from people around. Did you see the beginning when I was talking about the thought forms floating around Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming from there. But if you have a place in you that it can, it's not that it can get in. What happens is it resonates with something in you. And then you recreate that energy in your experience. So the stuff's floating around, they call it soup. Michael called it soup. And it's a mind soup. It's everybody's thoughts are in this soup. That's why I said it's a lot clearer on mountains. Monks live on mountains for a reason. Because they're above the fog. It's like, their smog in LA? That's a literal manifestation of thought forms. People have low-level thoughts, and they're hurrying and they're worried, and it physically manifests as smog. And then when you're not clear and you're driving around in that stuff and you're living there, your level's down here, where if you lived on a mountain, it'd probably be up here. Because there's not very many thought forms on a mountain. And that's why you feel better in nature. Go out in nature and it's like empty and the trees are all happy and you feel good because you're in a clear space, right? So you have to keep getting, like took showers every day. And when I go do like teaching or even go attend a convention with a lot of people in the hotel or whatever, I have to spend 2 or 3 hours clearing to hold my space in that town. to hold my level in that town. Because my level's above most people's level. And I don't want to get crapped out. So,
So that's why living in New York City, I'm constantly going to the park as much as possible and being in nature and like holding that energy. But also I was thinking like meditation and consciously, trying, getting more connected to my higher self, that would help
yeah,
align
and
me
when
in.
you're writing, if your level's down here, it's not going to be very good. You might as well not bother. If you're feeling crappy, I wouldn't even write. Don't even bother. But if you're feeling okay, then you can start writing and your level can go up because spirit will pull you up. It's always pulling you up, but this is just going to be a mishmash, right? It's not going to flow. And then, but when you get higher, it just flows. The energy just flows, right? The words just flow. Everything's easier. That's how it works. That's how people write songs. Well, most of the songs that were written that are really popular came in, like they just wrote them down. They didn't sit there and work a month to get this, to make the song good, and it gets out there and it's awesome. It just comes in. See, so that's it. What's important is not what you're doing, it's where you're at energetically. So most people are doing down here. And if you're doing down here, you might as well just go have a beer, take a walk, do something to relax your body and relax your mind. Take a bath, take a shower. That's why I said I was in the tub for 2 years, because I was clearing so much stuff. And the field was so heavy. And I wasn't transparent in poverty fields. And so there's so many poverty fields, I was having to clear so much poverty stuff. And even on the Big Island, I had this big, beautiful house and everything, but I was really sensitive because that's when I was waking up. And I drive by, there's this place called South Point. This is the southernmost point of the United States. And on the way there, to get around the island, it's a pretty big island. You go by this place called Hove, Hawaiian Ocean View Estates. And this guy built this huge, one of the biggest subdivisions in the US at the time, subdivision on the lava rock. And he put in he built all the roads and everything. He didn't put no electric, no sewer, because there you just dig a hole. And no water, because there you catch your water. So it's kind of backwards, right? I mean, there's parts on the Big Island that are, when you leave the area I lived in, there's no city water, none of that. And everybody's catching their water. And then he ran out of money. And so the whole thing's kind of like this graveyard of this huge development that never went. So a lot of people that move there, if you want to buy a property, you can go buy a lot in Hawaiian Ocean View Estates for probably $35,000 still, probably not much. But you're there with a lot of pot growers. Like that, right? And you're kind of up where it's a little cold, and it's 40 minutes to get to the ocean, because you got to go either that way or that way. It's like it's up, and there's no road direct to the ocean there, and it's cliffs. Anyway, what was I going to tell you about? Oh, it's poverty fields. So I'd be driving on the highway, and I drive by there either way, and I just like, oh my God, I just have to clear the whole time because of the thought forms in the area. So you drive through a neighborhood and everybody's happy. It feels different than you drive through a neighborhood and people are worrying how to eat. And when you're psychic and sensitive, you're feeling all that. So you get more and more transparent in it, right? So that you can hold the field. It's like when I put this in my garage, the guy next door, he's like mine. what the hell are you doing in there? I've got my broadcast studio. I'm going to broadcast live all over the world. You know how far out of his box that is? He told me yesterday or the day before, I heard you in there. It's such a concept that's out of people's boxes, right? They go to work, they come home, he's retired, he watches the news, right? It's a whole different mindset. So I have my shields in my field. This is my space, so it doesn't interfere. But I don't want their stuff either, right? Because they're not at the level I'm at. So and this New York, I have never been to New York, and I would probably be floating and processing for hours.
What you just said made so much sense to me because I've been in the city 12 years since I split from my husband. We lived I raised my daughters in the suburb and everything. And so that poverty mindset thing you're saying, it just clicked, like made total sense of me. Since I've been in the city, I feel like, well, I'm struggling, it's like a hustle. I got to struggle to, it's the whole finance, worrying about finances.
You don't look like a hustle type person to me.
I'm not, but it's like I live in New York City and I have to like make ends meet. So I've kind of been stuck in that, like lack mentality a little bit financially.
Poverty fields are way down here. And people are like, oh my God, what the fuck am I gonna do? See the little girls going, yeah. It's like, yeah, they're low. Because your higher self says, hey, we got new stuff. We're happy. We're rich. Let's make new stuff. It's an illusion. Your higher self wants to create beautiful things. Every time you ask, it's given. Everything you want is given, but it's energetic. And so if you're down here, it don't come to you because it can't. Your vibration is too far away. When your vibration's here, then it can come easy. Like the milkman. Try something small. I don't know, some of you weren't on, was it Rosalie? Some of you weren't on, but it's like one day here I thought, I wonder if there's a local milkman here. And the next day, within 24 hours, my doorbell rang. And the guy said, you see the little gray coolers people around here have? I said, yeah, they have. He goes, there's one across the street. I go, yeah. He goes, I'm the local milkman. Would you like weekly milk? I go, sure. And they deliver other stuff, orange juice, soy milk, whatever you want, right? Cheese. So it's like, within 24 hours, he was at my door. That's how easy it is. Because I didn't have any resistance. I wasn't thinking, oh, I can't have the milkman. My only resistance was, it's not organic. Yeah, so that was a little bit, but it's fresh. They said they milk them one day and they're at your door the next. So, and it's local, so it's probably okay. So I like it though. But so it's when you don't have any resistance, it manifests easy. But if you have resistance, but yeah, in New York, you would have to clear and stay clear, take showers. I used to take 3 or 4 showers a day. I am the light of the Christ consciousness. The Christ consciousness flows through me. Oh, that's Christ energy. Can you feel it? Strong. I usually don't go this powerful in things like this, but you guys can handle it. It's like, but yeah, that's Christ. And so I'd like the light. Like I imagine the shower, like the little water thingies, little water drops are clearing your aura. And all the yuckies go down the drain. Anything that's not of the light goes into the light. It either goes down the drain or into the light. Doesn't matter. It's all in your mind anyway. Right? So you can send it into the light, but when I'm doing the shower, it goes down the drain and it's transmuted into the earth. So that's it's the most important work you can do. Literally. Because it's your alignment. It's who you are. And for me, I would be like, oh, my oh butts. Like my mind, at first your mind plays tricks. And so there's a lot of heavy stuff like, if you're really scared, don't do it. If you're way down in here and you go into fear and terror, don't do it. Whatever it is, never do that. Never act from that vibration. But if you're in, well, maybe I can do it. I think I can do it. I think I can do it. Then you can act from that vibration because you're close enough. You're close. I can do this, right? You're close enough. But you don't ever want to act from the low vibration because it won't turn out good. So whatever vibration you're running is how it's going to turn out. So if you're running fear and terror, it's going to turn out really bad if you act on it. It's because it's going to attract that. It's all law of attraction. So then you get out of it and you go to sleep and go take a walk, or you take a shower, or you ask, who's this belong to? So when you're talking about New York, yeah, that's most people there are hustling. Hustle, hustle, hustle. Why? See, there's this group mind, you know how I was saying this? That's yours. So that's your mind, right? We're like a diamond, but we don't have any edges. So that's kind of deceptive. It's trying to explain it in the material plane. But around, so here's Earth. And then, so each town has its own energy, and each continent has its own energy. And you're attracted to places according to what you're wanting. So you don't just move somewhere for no reason. You're attracted to that energy. Your mind will justify it. I'm going here for this or there for that, but you're attracted to the energy. And so if the big cities are a lot more dense, and that doesn't make them bad, because we're masters and we like challenges. Like you might get bored in the woods. I mean, it's nice for a vacation. I always thought, well, I'll just get multi-millions of dollars and I'll go sit on the beach. You know how long I sit on the beach? About 2 hours, and I'm bored. It's like, and you know, you go snorkeling, you go do stuff, and then you're like, okay, I'm bored. And a lot of people read books or whatever, but yeah, there's sand. It's fun. I mean, it's beautiful. A lot of people will go, like my ex, he would like to take the cooler and go out there where there wasn't many people. And I did that too, but I prefer to go at a hotel and order a martini or something, or a Mai Tai, right? And sit in a nice chair and not on the sand and look at the ocean. So it's just your preference. But we all have, some people, my old sister-in-law, she was totally bored in Colorado. She wanted to be in San Francisco. She lived in San Francisco. She loved it. She followed her husband and moved to Colorado. She was totally bored out of her gourd. And then she eventually moved back to San Francisco. So it's not a judgment, it's what's right for you. Because in this lifetime, you could have, some people had lots of kids past lives, and they don't want children in this lifetime. Because they maybe they ran an orphanage, or maybe they had 6 kids and half of them starved to death. Because in a lot of lifetimes, people were hungry. So that's why you don't judge people, because everybody's coming from all these different experiences, right? And so when it's more dense, when you're in a more dense place, you're literally having to be stronger to hold your field. So that's why they say if you can do it in New York, you can do it anywhere. That's why. because it's so intense and powerful. And I mean, I know your rent's high or your house or whatever. It's like, I had an attorney client. I had a lot of attorneys, I told you, clients. She was an attorney for New York Paris attorney. And I've had checks from United Nations. I mean, there's people that they hire me that they don't let other people know. But she had got me the lady at the United Nations. But the New York Paris, and I also got a New York London attorney. I mean, what are the odds that I have a New York Paris attorney and then a New York London attorney calls me and doesn't know the New York Paris attorney? And I'm not advertising for attorneys. It's all law of attraction, right? And she's the New York Paris attorney. She was making a lot of money, but I know her place. She had her office in her bedroom. She had an employee that shit. I don't know if it was in her bedroom, but her rent was pretty high. But she was right down in the nice area, right by the. I think she was pretty close to the Twin Towers, so she was down there. So, but yeah, it's a whole different thing. You can, I mean, whatever you're paying, you could probably go to Mount Shasta and get the biggest house there. Right? It's just all relative. And your income too. So your income, it's like my son, he was paying, I think $3,600 a month for a 2-bedroom in San Francisco. And it wasn't that big. It was nice because he always got nice ones with beautiful marble and stuff. And God, he didn't even have, I don't think he even had a balcony. But so then he bought a house here that's almost $1 million, one of the nicest houses in town, and he's paying almost the same amount. And he's on the salary, right? He's on the San Francisco salary in long run because of COVID. Because they had to let all their tech people. And so they all stayed there for about a year, and then they're like, we don't have to live here. And so they moved. And so COVID has helped a lot of people find their power. There was a lot of people, see, there's two sides to everything. Number one, it let people leave. Some people wanted to leave. They just didn't want to deal with it anymore. So they checked out. And I mean, they could have checked out other ways, but they chose that way. And a lot of people who were stuck on the grind, stuck in the wheel of working and paying the bill and working and paying the bill and working and paying the bill and never getting ahead or moving forward or anything because they didn't know how to get out of the worker's mindset. I mean, I used to be in there. It's like if I took a day off work, I couldn't pay my rent because it was so low, right? The income was so, and this was before I was in my 20s even, but I worked a lot. And people in Hawaii, a lot of them work 3 jobs, quite literally, because the cost of living's high and a lot of wages are low. And so in order to bust out of that worker mindset, it takes some balls. It takes some, am I going to do my own company? How am I going to do my own company? How can I afford it? How can I do that? How can I feed myself? And you have to get up every day and motivate yourself. I don't have anybody saying go to work, although my phone buzzes me awake now. I mean, my watch, phone, but I don't have to be anywhere. Unless I'm doing a live event. I'm the one that motivates myself. Oh, I'm gonna go in my office. Oh, that'll be fun. I'm gonna go do something. Oh, I'm gonna go do my event. So you got to self-motivate. It's different. And you have to wear a lot of hats. Unless you're very rich and can hire all these employees and stuff to do stuff. You got to do everything at first. You got to wear all the hats, right? So you write screenplays, you got to do the writing, you got to do the promotion, you got to send you got to send the query letters. You got to make the contacts. Now you don't even have to get on a plane to talk to producers. You just do it on Zoom. You used to have to get on a plane, right? And go to LA and go to 4 or 5 different places. So now you can just get on a Zoom. It's a lot easier. So it's made it easier for people to be self-empowered. But that's why they have that problem right now, because a lot of people quit because they got unemployment that was giving them enough money to stay at home, or COVID funds or something, and they had time enough to break out of the I'm trapped in this worker mentality mindset, right? Maybe I'll start a business. Maybe I'll do something I always wanted to do with my life. So that's what this event is about. Where have you been? What are you doing? Are you happy? Are you successful? And is it really what you want to do? Is it really what you want to do? Or is there more parts of it? Like me, I did advertising. I liked it. I like making pretty things. I like making websites. But I also wanted to bring it to the world. I like making paintings. I didn't want to sell them. It's hard to make a living when you don't want to sell your own artwork. Because I did a lot of selling. Like people would hire me to. I was an illustrator before I had my own advertising agency. So like a magazine would give me an article, and I'd have to do the illustration for the article. I'd read the article, do the illustration, and then they'd print it, and it'd be like, or I'd do the cover of the magazine. I was an illustrator, or I'd illustrate products like if you wanted to sell this cup, I'd draw the cup. And usually at the last minute, and most of it was technical stuff because my rates were not cheap. And so it was like, electronics or whatever, big systems. They wanted me to illustrate, but it was really intense work. And so I did a lot of commercial work like that. But I made a lot of money with crayons. I mean, literally, I had Prism. They're like crayons, but they're an expensive brand that you used in advertising at the time. And so I'd have to draw out all the dummies. This magazine cover is going to look like this, and you'd have to actually make it so the people could look at it and go, that looks nice. Now you just do it. It's easy. You do it on a computer. But then you couldn't, right? You had to do it by hand so they could get an idea of what it was going to look like. But I don't know, is that a fault? I didn't want to sell my stuff, so I kept it. But these are my teaching paintings. I have a lot of other paintings, but I did these specifically to teach these concepts. So, but I'm glad I didn't, because I think I would have been bored being a fine artist eventually. I would have got bored, but I would have just done something else. So you do these things, and then that doesn't relate, but you do these things and then you move on to something else. People teach you your purpose. I hate that. I totally hate that, because people get stuck. They're like, oh, what's my purpose? What's my purpose? I don't know what to do. I don't know my purpose. It's one of those traps. It's one of these things. It's consciousness trap down in here. Really. Do you know what your purpose is? Do you know what your real purpose is? To expand the universe. That's it. So you can come here and have a really crappy life, and you are going to expand the universe a bunch, because every time you ask, it's given. So it's expanded. Doesn't mean you caught up with it, but it's expanded. But if you come here and you have a kind of average in life, you still expand the universe because you're asking thousands of times a day. But it's not a big expansion, it's littler. But it doesn't matter because you just keep coming back, and we all come back, and we're creating more expansion. But because it just keeps expanding, the universe expands, and so that's your purpose. But when you align up with your expansion, it's fun. So that's sort of our motivation. It's like, why do we keep incarnating? Why do we keep diving into bodies? Because you choose to be in your body. So why are you doing it? Because you get to eat stuff. You get to have sex. You get to feel the sun on your body. You get to feel the wind. You get to touch things, right? You get to meet people that are actually you, but they're playing a different part. And they're all interesting because they're all from different perspectives. So they have different ideas, and you're like, wow, that person's perspective is really cool. And these traditions, and there's so many wonderful traditions on earth. Like, I love Mexican food, and I love Chinese food, and I love seeing Italy and the culture and all these things people have created that are different, that I wouldn't know how to do. I wouldn't know how to create that. They do. And so you get to appreciate creation, and you get to have fun, and you get to move forward, and you get to play. That's our reward. Expanding the universe. But people on earth got stuck in struggle, hardship, and all that stuff. And so it became a chore rather than a joy. And so the more they wake up, now a lot of people choose, like I chose that because I wanted to have that experience, because Earth will always have dense levels, but maybe not that dense. They might be, the densest might be up in here, right? Because people still want, as Earth gets lighter, these densities go away. So people who want that kind of experience will probably have to go somewhere else that's denser. But people who stay here will have a lighter experience. They won't ever have to dip that low. And then there's some planets where you can never have anything. Your experiences are all up in here. But that's like sitting on the beach for me. You get bored. It's like, and I love the beach and the ocean, but I get bored. It was interesting because I'm on the cruises. I love cruising. I'd never cruised before, and I went on this cruise, the newest ship in the fleet, Celebrity Reflection. And there's like 4 or 5 ships. They made over 10 years, and the newest one was Celebrity Reflection. And so I went on it, and everything was just gorgeous and beautiful. And the experience was so new. And the drawers and the showers, it was just so beautiful everywhere. I mean, they spent a lot of, millions on artwork and sculpture and food. And then I went on another cruise that was Celebrity Solstice. I think it was a solstice. I've been on 3. And the Solstice was the first ship in that design. So there's a design, and they made like 5 or 6 over 10 years. This was the first one, so it was 10 years older. So I go on these, it's like, it's the exact same ship. Like every drawer is the exact same drawer, but they're 10 years older. So I'm starting to look at, oh, that's kind of worn out. That's kind of worn out. And I'm like, shit, I'm on a cruise and I'm judging everything, right? It's like, rather than just enjoying the beauty and everything. I'm like, it's not as good as the reflection. So it's like, and I got a little bored by the third cruise. Although I'd go back, I'd love to go back, because when you get off, you go places, right? Have you, any of you been on cruises? Yeah. So you put your bags down so you don't have to, and then all at once you're in a different country and you still got your bags in your room. It's kind of cool. You don't have to move your bags between hotels and stuff. And then you go off and then you come back and next day you're somewhere else. It's pretty cool. And but I started, so I love that. I love the excursions and going and doing, but it was a little more boring by the third one. And so I'm like, oh, because the first one I was like, wow, this is so awesome. It's like sitting on the beach the first time, right? Then you've been there a couple of years, you're like, I've been on the beach. What else is there? Well, that's why we're here too, because we've been to all these planets. There was no challenge. They call it contrast. There was no contrast. So you come here and you're like, ooh, people here got stuck and it's dense. There's contrast. I think I'll go there. There's more choices. It's like here you'd have 10 foods on the buffet, and here you have like what, 100,000 different foods on Earth, right? Or 1 million different foods. So there's a lot more variety. So if you understand you're here and you can't get in here unless you're high level. You spend lifetimes getting ready to come here. That's how important you are. So when you start getting, oh, I'm here because I'm good. I'm good at this. I'm a good creator. I know how to line up. I know how to let my source in. I see Sydney's just kind of looking at me. Like, yeah, so I know how to do that or I wouldn't be here. Right? And a lot of, I mean, people who got stuck know how to, but they just got stuck. So that's what I like doing. I like going into planets because I remember other planets. It's fun. I like going into places that are dense and changing the reality, bringing light to the world. That for me is fun, as a spirit, as a soul. But that my purpose is to expand the universe, basically. But it's also to have fun and teach this stuff. Because even when you're out of your body, if you're a teacher here, you're still a teacher. You're the guy. You're one of those guides. Did you know that? Like if you love screenwriting here, when you're out of your body, and even at night, a lot of us are working. And so if you love screenwriting here, then you're probably like a mentor or a muse or one of those voices to screenwriters who are doing something similar to what you wanted to do. You communicate with them, right? Help them. Because we're all helping each other. So is it time for break? My level's dropping. We got a few minutes. I feel the level. It's like spirit starts dropping the energy. Can you guys feel that?
So that was a question I had. Sorry, just about that it can happen, how quickly your levels are always changing.
Yeah. So my level dropping is letting me know that either well, it's all of it, but either some of you need a break or I need a break, right? Spirits, it's like I'll be talking to people or doing a session all at once. I feel my level drop. And it means, okay, we're done with that for now. So there's a difference between spirit dropping my level or me dropping it through a thought. Like if I drop it through a thought, it feels heavy. But when spirit drops the level, for me, it just feels a little bit like the elevator went down. Literally, like I'm on an elevator and I went a little bit. Then I go, okay, done with that. It's so when you're really sensitive, you feel all this stuff. It's really cool. And then when we come back, let's talk about impulses, because that's part of your guidance. So everybody, welcome back to Consciously Thrive Live. And I need a little extra break because I got roto-rooted. Some of the stuff I'm teaching you, I didn't know, and I recognize it, and I'll go back and look at it when, I knew the basics, but I'm getting some details that I didn't know because higher self flows them. And then, but that Christ energy was like, whoa. My whole body was shaking. It was so strong. So I needed a little time to recover, basically, for the interaction with real people and seeing there. Although I premise everything I do that everybody who ever sees the work, the videos, the audios, the PDFs, is included in the energy. So your questions, I just ask Source that I answer all the questions and run the energy for everybody who is ever going to see this video. Not just the people that are here, but it's more tailored for you because you're here, right? But since time's an illusion, Source knows whoever's going to see this in the future. I don't have to think about that. Not my job. A lot of stuff's not my job. I used to think that's my job. I need to do that. And I'm like, nah, that's not my job. Let the universe do that. And it's cool. Everything gets easier when you start going. It's like the dairy guy. Not my job. Bring me a dairyman. Shows up at the door. I figured it. I might have to Google it and call one, but it didn't. So. Not my job. And so what I say, we're going to talk about choices and impulses. Impulses. I didn't know this for years. And then Abraham was teaching it and I went, oh. Because for me, another thing besides desires that was bad, because my mom said it was bad. And every time I asked for anything, I got shut down. So I thought desires were bad. Don't ask for anything. It makes my mom feel bad. Every time I asked, she felt bad because she couldn't buy it because she didn't have any money. So I gave up asking. I gave up asking for stuff. I was just like, I'll just do it myself or whatever. Or I'll do without. I don't need that. But you can't do that. Did you know you can't undo your desires? Every time you've asked, it's given, and you can't say, oh no, I don't want that after all. You can modify it. But once I asked for $1 million or 10 million or whatever it was, they said, are you sure? And I'm like, yeah. But see, I didn't know. I thought I would just win the lottery or something. Oh, it'll just come in. I'll just win the lottery or whatever. I didn't know. But then my mind was like, because I could win a lot. And I wanted a lot, but just little stuff. And I haven't bought tickets in years. They're like, every time I'd go I could just win the lottery, or you could just bring it to me that way, easy. So I didn't want anybody to die to get it. Abraham says we'll get over that. I don't know any of my relatives that are still alive. I don't know if any are, but and then besides my kids. And then I'm like, well, maybe I'll win the lottery, but my mind's always no. I want to do it myself. I want to accomplish it myself. So even if you win the lottery, you literally accomplish it yourself. but I had this little kid, nah, I want to do it myself. I want to do it. So I had to keep clearing that. And then, but the deeper part under that was, I want to bring my work to the world. And if I have a lot of money and I'm having a lot of fun, I'm probably not doing this. You know? So I wanted to get this going. So it gives me motivation to get this going. And I think that's what we use money for, is motivation to expand. Like, because when you go to a new job, and although I haven't had a job in 50 years, like that kind of job, but when you work for somebody else, you go to a place and you meet a lot of people and you learn new things, you expand. And you learn how to work in community with people, and you learn how to cooperation, and you have to go through issues if they judge you, and you have to meet a side. And there's a lot of things you learn when you work in a job. And then you also learn what you don't want. Oh, I don't like this job, or I don't like this thing. So you put more in your vortex, what you do want. And when you're self-employed like I am, I was self-employed since I was right. I mean, I worked maybe a couple of years out of college for a printer or something. It was just felt so heavy. I couldn't stand it. I just, because heavy is not, it means it's not your path. Your path feels light. And I couldn't handle it. It was just every day, it was just heavy energy. And I go, there, I have to be doing something else. So I started my own corporation with my ex, but we weren't married. And we started a corporation in Boulder and did the advertising things and stuff. And then I've never looked back. I've always been my own boss. I've had employees and things like that. But it doesn't occur to me. I don't have that mindset. Get a job. I mean, I hear it once in a while. I hear it. Why don't you just go get a job? You know, it's like it's a little thought form. But it's not high level. It's like low level. So I keep it as a motivation to bring me forward. So now if I had the, you know, $100 million or 10 million or whatever, I'd use it on advertising. Because I'm at the point now where I'm here and I've got a business loan coming where I can run a lot of ads. I was in the bathroom, I was thinking about it, and I'm like, my whole life, people buy new cars and people go on vacations. I like traveling, but I didn't for years. And people do all this stuff with their money, and I want to just buy more coaching and advertising. It's a whole thing. You know, I want to get more students, more clients, more people in my classes. So it's a different motivation with money, because it helps more people. I help more people that way. And so you got to kind of look at your mindset and stuff. And the same thing when you're marketing your screenplays. Oh, one thing I really learned was for Blue, my coach, Blue and Barry. He does all the numbers, and I was always scared of numbers for years. And you can't be a millionaire if you're scared of numbers. It just doesn't work. You have to like your numbers and look at your numbers and appreciate your numbers. And I always looked at my numbers and they were really sucky numbers. So it's like I didn't want to look at the bank account. I didn't want to look at the credit card debt. I didn't want to look at all that stuff because what didn't make me happy. But when you're in business, and I think guys, maybe it's easier, because for my ex, it was a lot easier for him to look at the numbers. And I think maybe it's a man-woman thing. It's easier for them to look at numbers and think about numbers. But the guy, Blue, it's Blue and Barry. Blue is he teaches, he looks at all the numbers. So, and they spend 50,000, 100,000, I don't know. They spend a lot of money on advertising for their event, starting Monday, right? But it's about 3 times. So once he has it down, he makes like 3 times what he spends. So that's why all these people, Brendan Richard talked about, and this was 10 years ago, he was spending like their max. I don't know if it was 2 million a month. I think he was spending 2 million a month on Facebook ads. He said, because for every 2 million I spend, I make at least 1 million more. So it's all numbers. And for me, it was like, oh my God, I only have this many people. This is in the past, right? I'd be like, oh my God, I only have this many people. I'm a bad person. Or I don't know what I'm doing. Or nobody likes me. Or all these issues with people like showing up at classes or whatever. Or I must have done something wrong. Or maybe the ad's wrong. Or maybe this is wrong. Or maybe that's wrong. Or maybe I'm too old. Or I'm too fat. You know, I had all this crap. And Blue goes, no, it's just the numbers. And my son even told me that years ago. He goes, Mom, you're trying to do what all these big coaches are doing, but you have no budget. You have no advertising budget. He knew it because my son has that. He goes, they're spending millions of dollars on ads. You're not. You don't have any money to spend on ads. So it's you know, it doesn't really work. But I have more, and I have the momentum now, so I can get the ads out there and get more people in. But before, I took it personally. I thought it was me. When I learned, no, it's just the numbers. So then it's like, okay, what's the solution? The solution is to get a loan and run some more ads. And it's the same thing when you're marketing your screenplay. I never sent mine to anybody. I never sent a query letter. I wrote them all out. It's another thing that I kind of stuffed in a box, right? I wrote all the query letters. I rewrote all the query letters. I read all the, don't do it this, do that. I was way back in the, do you put 2 Brads in the script or 3 Brads in the script? I mean, there was huge debates about stupid shit like that. Nobody cares. I mean, but back then they were debating about, oh, they won't look at your screenplay if you put a picture on the cover. They won't look at your screenplay if you put 2 Brads instead of 3. They might, they'll probably read the first page. If it sucks, they're not going to read the rest of it. That's what they don't have time. They literally don't have time. They got 20,000 screenplays coming in. So, and they hire people to look at them. That's why they went to the contest now. Because think, if you're a producer and you're producing shows and that's your joy, and you really want to find a good writer, but you don't have time to read 500 screenplays a month. There's no way. So now they invented, and when I first started, you never sent money to anybody like a contest or anything. That was all a scam. Everybody said that's just a scam, and now it's every day. It's what everybody does. So you win the contest, and I had to change my mindset. And because as a producer, I looked at it from a producer's perspective. As a producer, I'll look at who's winning contests. So if you win a lot of contests, your screenplay's pretty good, then I'll read it. But if you don't win any contests, I don't have to hire all these people to read 1 million screenplays to find me one good one. See, that's how it works now. But it didn't before. That was considered scam artists. So it's just how evolution is moving forward. And so the numbers thing on your query letters, once you've won something or you have some credit in your box or you have a short or something you can present, it's numbers. You send 300 query letters a week. I'm not kidding. That's what the big people teach. Because so for me, my mindset would be, oh, I'll send one. Oh, I don't hear back. I don't hear back. Oh, it's no good. Or you get a rejection letter. Oh, it's no good. They rejected me. Well, you send 300, you're going to get some replies back. See, it gets you out of that mindset of I'm not good enough, I'm not good enough, it's not good enough, it's not good enough. And it just, it shifts you out of your blaming yourself or your work. But you have to push those buttons. You have to get on there and find the people that would like what you have, and you have to send it and send it and send it, send it and send it and send it and send it and send it, and do it all at once, like in the first day or two. So you don't go into resistance. You don't send 20 and then go, oh, I'll wait and see what happens. Because if you have multiple offers, you get more money. If you have 3 or 4 people go, yeah, I'd love to read your script. And then you send it out, and then they go, oh, I'd like to buy it. Then you can bid them, they can bid against each other. And you get an agent. Agents don't want you unless they can make money. So then you get an agent and you say, hey, I got these people that read my script and they want to offer me some money. Would you please broker this for me? And then they say, sure, because they don't really want you if you're still writing. That's a manager's job, and a lot of them don't do it anymore because it's a lot of work. I mean, if I'd had a manager, I had a manager for acting, no, an agent in Honolulu, never called me. So, but it's like, you gotta be, and it's like book publishing. And before, you had to have a book publisher. You couldn't do it yourself, like an Amazon. You couldn't do it yourself. You had to have somebody do it for you, and you had to print so many copies, and you had to spend thousands and thousands of dollars. And most people ended up with their books in their garage or their trunk, their car, and they were driving around selling. You know how demeaning it is to try to get $12 from somebody to buy your book. I spent 3 years writing this book. Do you want to buy it? I make $12. It's like totally not the way to do it, but that's how Jack Canfield, a lot of them went through, they go through that, because then once they had their book, and I think he was turned down, what'd they say, 870 times, or it was 400 or 800 times or so, publishers, before he got Chicken Soup for the Soul out there. But now you got Amazon. You write a book, you put it up there digitally, and people buy one copy at a time. Costs you nothing. Zero. Now you have to market it. Nobody will know it's there. And I know how to market it. That's why my book's a bestseller, because I paid somebody $2,000 to teach me how to market my book to get it to be a bestseller. And that way, so I made a bestseller myself, but they taught me the technique. And then, so I can teach it, but it's more, I'd use it every time I launch. But it's like, there's certain strategies to do things. And that's one thing, people would talk about strategy, and my mind would scramble on it. I didn't really understand the concept of strategy. It took me years to understand what they were talking about. And a lot of it involves your networking, your marketing group. And so when you have a group that helps you move forward, it's like I put the LEAP group, I put one of my videos I did, not these, but one I did after yesterday on there, and they're all like, wow, congratulations, you did it. Wow, that looks really good. And like they put other videos, and then people are putting their numbers. I had this many people, I made this much money, I had this many people, I made this much money, I had this many people. And you know, some of them made a lot of money. They're doing the big stuff. But you know, some of the little guys, I had 10 people, and I made a couple, you know, it's like, so we're all just moving forward and cheering each other on. And that's what the community is. That's what the community experience is. Because like I was saying, my kids aren't into it. The neighbors certainly not into it. Neighborhood's not. I'm not going down to a hotel in Longmont and trying to attract people to this event. That's not my highest excitement. Because people that are up here are attracted to this event, there's not as many of them. Right? I'm not selling some, like if I was selling diapers or how to teach your husband to talk to the kids, or I don't know how to explain it. I used to sell, when I did the catalogs, we sold like vacuum cleaners and shit, TVs. I mean, that's easy. It's easy to write a description. Here's a TV, here's a vacuum cleaner. But when you're doing more etheric stuff, people have to be higher level, and you get pickier. I don't want everybody in this event. I don't want somebody in this event going, oh God, you're gonna burn in hell. Christ is gonna get you. I go, hey, you want to talk to him? But it took a long time to get there to be able to hold that energy. So, but it's law of attraction. See, that's law of attraction. They'll see me and this person's weird. They're just they'll be repelled. So there's a split. Earth is splitting right now. There's a split between those who are waking up and those who are not. And the people who are not will be repelled. They'll just be repelled from you. And the people who are will be drawn to you. And that's all law of attraction. But there's less people up in here where I work. So if I was just teaching meditation or something simple, there's more people. But that's still above some people, right? So it's all, but in order to relate it to you, I want you to know that it's numbers. So when you put your screenplays out there, you put your books out there, you put your writing out there, your books, you got to market the crap out of them. So if you sell a screenplay, they do the marketing, but you sell all your rights. Unless you're doing streaming. Now, if you're doing a streaming series, then you maintain some control because they want you to help them continue the series, right? But if you're just doing a one-off, like a movie, they buy all rights and you have no control usually, unless you're a high level, like if you're Steven Spielberg or somebody, then you can negotiate being in on making the movie, or you have certain negotiating rights. But there's certain things you don't, if they don't know who you are, they're just going to buy it outright and put other writers on it and rewrite it, and you'll have no rights, basically, because you sold it for so much money. So it's different. But when you get your book out there and you're the person on Amazon who puts your book out there, then even to go to Hay House, I was talking, and Hay House he's in the guy, the head of Hay House. Oh, I forget what it was. Anyway, he was in that Plat Plus group. So I would be if I'd have got in Plat Plus, I would be sitting at a table with what's her name? Virgin. What's her name? She wrote. Her name's Virgin. It's split. See, I'm above my dictionary a little bit. So JJ Virgin. So she was there, and he was there. The guy who owns Hay House now, he was her. She passed away, right? Louise Hay. And so he's there. He's in that group. I'd be sitting at the table with these people. So how hard would it be for me to get a book done when every week or 2 weeks or month I'm on their personal phone call? That's why it was worth $35,000 to me. I have their personal phone numbers. I can call them and ask advice. And so you literally pay for privilege, right? But then you're in these groups and they help you, and then everything gets easier and flows forward. But you have to allow help. When I was in the groups 7 years ago or whatever, we had a mastermind group. We had a lot of people in the group. They split us everybody who made 250,000 or less was in this group, and everybody who made 250,000 or more was in this group. And I was in the under because I was barely under 250, so I was in that group. And that was a nice group, but it wasn't really what I wanted to do. I could have interacted more, but I had too many issues of asking for help. I had too many, I can't really ask these people for help, and I'd rather talk to those people. And those people were doing stuff like going to the Grammys, like getting personal invites and going to the Grammys and stuff. And so it was a whole different level. You gotta get this group out there. Yeah. Yeah, when job searching hard.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that it's something I experienced in the law of large numbers. From a marketing standpoint, the more you get it out there, it really is neat. And there's that law. It gets kind of scientific.
I've never heard it as a law. That's a cool way to put it. The law of large numbers. Wow. Yeah, but I took it personally. It's like, and that's one reason I never sent mine out, besides I didn't want to give control, because I still had the control issues down here, which is what I was talking about earlier, right? I didn't want to get rejected. I knew that would devastate me if I got rejected. But if you send out 300 of them and you get rejected, that's okay. Next opportunity. No. Remember? No. Next opportunity. I've got another 180 out there still. Even if I got 100 rejections, I still got a ton out there. And it's so easy now. When I started and did all that, I mean, you'd have to call the places and look for their employees and find the industry indexes. There was no Google. There was a lot of those places you couldn't get who you needed to talk to. Now you can go on Google or Facebook or LinkedIn, any of those, and find out, oh, this person's a producer and they like this kind of show. Or you go on IMDb. All those are things that didn't exist then. Right? So it's so much easier now. And it costs a lot less money. Like this, I rented a hotel in Ashland Springs Hotel, and we had to buy the food like a banquet, like a wedding. I mean, it was, I don't know, $3,000 or $4,000 just in food to rent a conference room. And you don't know I had to rent it 6 months, 8 months ahead of time. So I had no idea if I was even going to have people show up. I had a few, but not many. And I had no idea how to charge for the tickets. Right? And if you have a hotel, you've got to charge at least, like this is $97. If I was in a hotel, I'd probably have to charge $365, $395 just to pay for the conference room. And those buckets of coffee, this is 10 years ago. They were $75 each. So they're probably like $125 now, or depending on the hotel, or $150. And people are like, oh, can we get some more coffee? Bring some more of them big things out. Like, oh, yeah. They charge for water, they charge for tea, they charge every audio visual equipment. Those hotels really charge for all this stuff. And so I think Esther says it's an average $20,000 to $30,000 for her to put on an event. And they're maybe 300, 400 people, a live event, right? And so you got to charge people $200 or $300 each just to cover your overhead. So this is a lot easier for us, besides COVID, but I mean, it's a lot easier. And you guys are everywhere. You don't have to fly in, although I love flying in, going places. That'll be fun when we get to do that again. So impulses. Once you've got, Now, see, your higher self knows what you want. And that's the thing, is now if you're younger, so when you're like a teenager or whatever, you're asking for stuff and you're being granted it, and it feels easier because you're younger and you don't have the resistance. And so you just kind of flow and go and flow and go and flow and go and flow and go. But when you're a little older and you've asked and asked and asked, you have all these layers of resistance and feelings of not good enough, or because when you're younger, you're like, oh yeah, I can do that. Oh yeah, I can do that. I've got dreams. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And then if they don't come true, as you get older, you kind of beat yourself down. Right. And it's just because it's human nature, and we didn't know. We didn't know. Nobody had this information, really. They didn't. I mean, there's ancient scripts and stuff, but it's kind of garbled in a lot of them. And so that's why I kept going, I want clarity. I want clarity. I don't want to put something out there that garbles people. I want to put something out there that they got it. They go, oh, right? It clicks. And so the vibration of joy is up here. Joy, abundance, beauty, wonderment, love. Fun is a little lower. Happiness is a little lower. I mean, this is really high. And celebration is up in here. That's why when somebody says, oh, I accomplished this, I'm like, whoa! Instantly your level goes up. Do that. Go, whoa! Woo! Do you feel it? Your level just went up. Isn't that easy? And so if the more you do that, the more your level goes up, and then that, like, see, your body's used to a certain vibration. And so the more you give it the new vibration, then it becomes used to that vibration. Celebration instantly, yeah. So it becomes that, it gets used to it. But it's like when the Christ energy, I've channeled Christ a lot of times, but that was more powerful than anything I'd ever felt before. That was like, that's why I didn't let him talk. It was like, oh, fuck. It was like, I mean, yeah, it was, because, so here we are, and then we have our higher self, or our soul, and then we have their higher self, and then we have like an oversoul, and then we have like source energy. That was oversoul level. That was so huge that I was like shaking. So I needed a little to recover, because it was strong energy. And so now, next time it comes through, it won't shake me out, and I'll be able to hold it longer. But I held that, what, 2 minutes? I mean, that's what I'm talking about. When you get to the new level, you have to adjust to it. Your body has to adjust to it. So out of my body, I can hold that all day long because it's me. But in my body, I have to adjust. So that's why that's why Tony keeps you jumping up and down for 3 days. Woo! Woo! That's why he does it. He's getting you to a high level and getting that entrained. And that's why the repetition keep going back, and going back helps. But you got to do it yourself. I mean, you're not going to be with me every day. You're not going to be with Tony every day. But so the more you do it, somebody's typing.
Sorry. Lisa, can I see there's a bit of a glare on your board. I'd love to see your diagram. I'm just having
not much. Can you see it?
I can't see it.
Really?
Yeah. There. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, you can see it there. I can't
Yeah.
see.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, see, so the oversoul is like the big, big, big group. And the big one out here is like source energy. So it's, you keep getting, there's bigger parts of you, right? And then you come, that's what this other chart showed you. You're coming into the material plane and you're smaller than, because if high level beings came into dense realities, they blow them up, literally. They have to bring their energy down because it's like putting the sun in the, it's like moving the sun into the earth. It would just totally disintegrate the earth. That's who we are. We're that powerful. And it's that energy, what I'm hearing, has never been here before. It's so powerful. It's never been here before. And so it's like another vibration as Earth moves up on the earth. Oh, and you all helped bring that in. Did you know that? Not just me. Your higher selves helped bring that energy in. You're asking. That's how it works. It's all group things. And so like if Earth's normally around here, like if this instead of a body, if it was Earth, if Earth was like right around here, normally it's moving up. And the more we get lighter, the more it moves up, and the more it moves up, the more we get lighter, but also the more things get darker. And also the more the people who don't move up go into pain. That's how it works. So if they don't, so say we're moving Earth from 35 million megahertz to 45 million megahertz. But the people here are used to living at 25 million megahertz, right? Their bodies. So if they don't work on themselves and let those energies go that are making them dense, then they check out. They die, they leave the planet, whatever. They can't handle it. They can't handle the energy. So there'll always be some dense energy here, but it's not going to be that low. Because Earth is moving. It's not just us, it's Earth that's moving up too. That's why it's the Great Awakening. And that's why a lot of us came here right now for the ride. For the ride. And it's not that the people that check out, they can come back if they want, because when they come back, they're a baby, right? And they come back in their high level and they incarnate and they're about around here. They're not as low as they got. So they incarnate in a new body and then they take the ride again. And hopefully they don't get as densed out as they did the last time. Because it's a continuous cycle of growth, and it's choice though, they can go somewhere else. But you can't stay somewhere, when you have those circuits in you and they get kinked like pliers on a wire, and the wire, see, I'm in my garage. So you got this wire flowing, right? And your energy normally flows. And you got a belief, I'm not good enough. And it puts a kink in there. Now, the energy still flows. It's because it's just like electricity, life force, electricity. They don't even know what, you can Google it. They do not know what electricity is. It's it's source energy. It's the energy of life force. But too much will kill you, right? You don't want to stick your hand in a plug. So, and it wouldn't kill you, it'd kill your body. But so, and then you have, I'm not good enough. Dad said I'm not good enough. Mom said I'm not good enough. Shit, my teachers were mean to me. They hated me. I'm so stupid. See how that's kinking? See how that kinks? And that's what I can see when I'm working in people's minds, like with my eyes closed. And so then you start untangling it. You go, well, maybe I'm good enough. Maybe I don't care what they think. Maybe I'll be okay. Maybe all is well. And then when you get it a little clear, the energy goes, whoosh, and then you cry. And the source energy just whoosh, clears it. But the source energy, if it's all kinked up and the source energy comes through it with power, do you know what it does? It burns it out. It burns out that circuit. And if that circuit's in your liver or in your lung or somewhere in your body and you get that circuit burned out, then you're not in good shape. And that's why I don't teach people to heal people with hands on. Because you can run energy, but if they got a kinked circuit and you're running energy at it, it's not helping. It can actually hurt. It can actually make the circuit worse because it'll get hot, right? Just like if the wire, if I kink one of the wires, it'll get hot. And so you have to clear whatever's causing the kink. Now, some people will do hands-on and they'll go, oh, I'm getting, this was your issue. This was your mom's issue. This was blah, 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 blah. Do you want to keep it? That's why I asked. And then they go, oh no, I'll let that go. And then you let that go. And then the next thing and you let it go. But you don't want to just blow your energy at people. Because it can make it worse for them. So you want to be gentle. You want to be gentle. Now, sometimes you'll be working on somebody, you'll feel them suck your energy. They'll be sucking your energy. Now, that's a little different. If they've got like a little dark ball there of something and it's sucking your energy, then maybe you can just grab that ball and throw it in the light or something. But don't let them suck your energy either. So you just be careful. The more powerful you are. I didn't tell you this story. The reason I don't say, oh, you should buy it by this time, you need to buy it, blah, blah, blah. You should shits on people. If I should you, go, that was a should. Remind me, because shoulding shits on people. It's a mind control. I don't do that. And you might want to try this. You might want to consider that. You might want to think about, or I try to keep it kind of neutral, right? Soft and neutral because of my level. Because I know I can control people. I mean, I've been at a table with Michael and we were so powerful and we'd be sitting like at a restaurant and I'd say, Michael, I'd like some water. And the person at the table next to me raises her hand. Can I get some water? That's how powerful I am. And like, and Michael, we were at Taco Bell and we're sitting in a booth and this guy, and the people will clear the whole restaurant. If people are low level, they will leave the restaurant. They cannot handle the energy. That's what I said. There's law of attraction, and they'll leave and then other people will come over and there's one guy at Taco Bell. He comes over and he sits right behind us in the booth, and he turns around. He goes, "Excuse me, I just got to tell you that I don't know why I'm here, but I just felt so drawn to you. I just had to sit next to you guys. And we go, we know why. It's like, it's because his guidance said, go sit over there. And that's an impulse. He didn't know why. He was just impulsed to go sit over there. And the people that left were impulsed to move. And one of the reasons they leave is because, and so this is all to let you know that as your level goes up, you be more aware of it. And so at another table, say this guy's having dinner with his wife, or no, yeah, he's having dinner with his wife, and I'm sitting there with Michael, and we're eating dinner. And that guy's getting antsy. He gets more and more antsy and more uncomfortable. See, I can read it. I can see all this stuff. And the reason he's antsy is because the light that Michael and I hold brings his, whatever he's hiding, like he's hiding things he doesn't want to tell his wife. And so it's coming up for him. And all at once he's thinking about his mistress, and when he screwed around on her, and when he lied to her, and all this stuff is in his face. And that's why he feels uncomfortable and wants to leave. So a lot of times people won't like you because you're holding the light and shines and brings their darkness into their face. That's how it works. Because if you bring it up for them, they can see it and they can do something about it. But if you can't see it, you can't change it or do anything about it if you don't know it's there. So it's like pollution in the rivers, right? If there's places that are just polluting the crap out of the rivers and nobody sees it, they just keep doing it. But if 9 News goes over and shoots the video and goes, hey, this big company is just polluting the crap out of this river, then they can get somebody on top of it and find the solution and get it fixed. That's how it works. So don't feel guilty if they don't like you, or if they go into their issues. It's not you, and it's not your issue. It's theirs. It's their issue. And that kind of happened to me with my ex, because I was like, I kept growing and he didn't grow as much. And he'd get around me and he was always pissed. He was always angry. He thought I was always judging him. It wasn't me. I wasn't doing it. He was seeing I'm a strong mirror. Right? So we couldn't be together because we were at 2 different vibrations. You can't live together with somebody who's a low vibration. It sucks. It sucks. So you have to find something that works. I know some multimillionaires and they loved each other, but they couldn't live together. So they lived on the mountain in Boulder, and they just made her a house. So I've told some of my clients, do that, make 2 houses. This is his house, this is her house. We want to hang out together, we go somewhere and we hang out together, or I'll go to your house, but they don't have to sleep together. She doesn't have to see his mess. He doesn't have to see her mess. It's more like dating, right? They want to go to dinner, they date. They want to go out, sleep together, they go hang out, but they each have their own place. And it works for some people. So there's a lot of solutions. And impulses. Let's do more impulses. So now where did I get that thought? Right? Where did I get that reminder? Start analyzing every thought. Like, see, that came in from source. Impulses. You're getting your desires and your wisdom and your screenplays and your ideas and your concepts and everything from who you are. from your source. And so if it feels heavy and crunches your tummy, or if it just sounds like rah, 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 you're a bad person type stuff, then it's not from source. It's the stuff around the earth. It's low level shit. Just tell it to go away. And so impulses, I think I told you this, but when I go running, I'll go out the door and I'll feel, do I want to go left or right? I'll feel it to see which feels better. And it almost never makes any difference. I mean, it's not like I'm going to meet a good person here and a bad person there. It's not like a life and death thing. It's just I'm tuning in, constantly tuning in to the impulse. And your path feels lighter. So I'll tune in and say, oh, this way feels lighter, or that way feels lighter. Or I can be running down the sidewalk or in the middle, I do the middle of the street mostly. And I'll get the impulse, turn this corner. And I'll turn that corner and there'll be a nice garage sale or something. Like something, they know I like garage sales. So it's like, because they're always trying to surprise and delight you. So they'll help move you toward what you desire. Oh, go over here. Or there might be a bird in the yard, or some pretty flowers I haven't seen, or, so you just keep following and that's even like if you think, wow, I need to go do the dishes. Do you? Is that an impulse? No. That's old mind crap. Now, do I feel like it? And then you kind of analyze it, and then sometimes you'll feel like, oh, I think I'll go do the dishes. And it'll just be like flow. You'll just flow and go do the dishes, right? So you get conscious of this stuff, and it's little stuff. That's why Zen's like, before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. Because you're still in the physical, but there's a different energy. Oh, I hate doing the dishes. I have to do the dishes. I hate doing the dishes. Or, wow, this is pretty and this is nice. And I like the water and I'm in a body and I get to play with the water and the dishes are so clean. See, it's a different energy. And so when you get into the energy of everything, then you can move it to a higher level. That's why I have laugh and appreciate come on, so that it reminds me if I go unconscious. So if I go unconscious and I'm feeling heavy, because sometimes I'll be doing something and I'll be heavy. I'll start getting my back, I'll start feeling heavy and I'll start feeling heavy, and then, it's like a frog in a pot. You don't really notice it at first. And then I have, laugh and appreciate or something. And I'm like, oh shit, yeah, my back does feel heavy. So I'll shift my focus and do something else, even if it's, and I like this and the Fitbit because they remind you to get up. They remind you like every hour or whatever to get up and get at least 10 steps in, because we have your circuits don't flow if you sit all day and, you're sitting all day. And you're more powerful when you're standing. That's why I did this. I can sit down and do it. I got the camera right there. But you're more powerful when you're standing. When you're doing speeches and stuff. Like if you're pitching, if you can get a little better background or something and set it up and stand back a little bit, stand up and pitch, you'll be perceived as more powerful. And perception is everything. And I used to fight that too. I'm like, well, they should love me anyway, whether I'm fat or whether I'm thin or whether I'm old or whether I'm young or whether I have makeup on or not. They should love me anyway. See, that's my old mind keeping me stuck. But people judge. And it's human nature. And they don't usually feel. So they're judging by appearances. And that's okay. So you do I don't wear makeup I hardly ever wear makeup. I hardly ever wear bras. I've had 2 days of bras. I don't like them. They're okay. When I was in Hawaii, I don't think I wore one for 20 years. Like, but it's perception. So you do things for other people's perception. And it makes you feel better. Like if I was in my jammies right now, I probably wouldn't have been channeling Christ energy. Maybe, but maybe not. I probably wouldn't have felt as powerful, right? Yeah, it what makes you feel powerful. So you start treating yourself, and then your clothes. Go through your closet and pick them up. And if you pick it up and it's heavy, throw it away or wash it or something. It's energy. So it's energy and it's perception. And it gets everything gets easier. I had an old computer. I started on computers with, I think it was called a TR3. It was before Apple. And then I had a Commodore 64. And then I bought an Apple Macintosh. And then I bought an Apple University rated computer for my advertising agency. Took the whole thing computerized, way before anybody else was computerized. And then I've had a few. Now I have a 27-inch iMac. And I have an iPad Pro, but I just don't like them. And I had an iPad. I have an iPad. I love it. I never thought I'd use the iPad. I use the iPad all the time. I love it. And I mean, it's got games, and I never thought I'd play games on it, but it relaxes me. And it changes the chemistry of your brain. Because if you keep your brain active, you stay smart, right? Because it keeps those little circuits. So if you're playing cards on an iPad or a phone or a computer or whatever, you're active, and you go, oh, I shouldn't be playing games on my person or whatever. You're judging yourself, and you're not activating those circuits. So if you want to stay young mind-wise, play video games or whatever. I have a PlayStation, and I have a Switch. I have lots of video games. I don't like the really violent ones, but I have them, and they help me. They help me learn stuff too, because a lot of them train you. I've seen so many metaphysical concepts in these games. It's mind-blowing. The little kids know it. That's why they're all playing them. It really helps you. And but the easiest ones are like on the iPad and stuff. And don't judge yourself. Whatever game you're drawn to is law of attraction, and it's flow. So if you're playing a little game and you think this is dumb, what is it fun? And is it keeping your mind? Like playing cards, even on the little thingy, you have to figure it out. Like, how do I beat this card game, right? I'm playing against computers, and so it keeps your brain functioning. That's another thing that really helps. And flow. You can feel flow with your heart, but you have to be maybe a little more sensitive. So flow. So the river from source is coming in. So wherever you are, so if you're even down here and you're depressed, like I said, it goes from like depression to revenge. I'll get them, those assholes. Well, if you don't go into, and I would never, I'm a spiritual person, I would never think revenge. Well, yeah, now I do. But I really don't go into it. You stay in it like 2 seconds. How dare they, right? So you go from I'm depressed or whatever, I don't want to, I am that, cancel. You go, people go from depression to revenge and then into anger. And that's getting their power back. And then you go from anger to maybe I can do that. And there's a bit of choice in there. Because you can be angry and stay there. You can be angry and stay there, or you can be angry and fix it. Right? Like the order I got. In the past I would have felt guilty about it. And I thought about it, but I didn't. And then I went to Amazon because they left me an extra bag of somebody's groceries, and there's oat milk. And I thought, somebody's going to be without their oat milk this week. And so I had to go through a little bit, and then they didn't even call me. They don't care. I talked to my daughter. She said, no, they don't care, because they just refund the person the money, right? When the person calls them and says, hey, I didn't get my oat milk or whatever. But I went through a little bit on it, and then. But if I was that person and I didn't get my oat milk and I got the whole order and I didn't want to go to the store and I spent like $100 and I spent shipping, because they charge you $10 delivery and then you pay $10 tip, right? So you pay for it, and then if it didn't show up, and the tips, you can put whatever you want, but that's over on like 150, it's $10. And so if it didn't show up, and I'm mad I didn't get my oatmeal, right? How dare they? I could just stay mad and hate them and never order from them again, right? Or I could just call them and get a refund and get some oatmeal from the store or something. The solution, I can go to the solution. But a lot of people stay in the emotion. And that's like revenge. If you go from depression to revenge and you stay in revenge, you're just going to collect a lot of boogies. And you're going to create a lot of things to feel revengeful about in the future. But if you go from depression to revenge, and then you go, well, maybe they were just stupid about it and didn't know any better. And then you go to, well, they did piss me off. That did piss me off. What am I going to do? And then you go, well, maybe I'll just do this. You're going up the scale. And then, well, this would be easier. This would be easier. This would be easier. So if you send out a query letter or something, and you get a rejection, and you start dropping into depression, what's the solution? Send out 200 more. Right? And you could go to revenge and go, well, I'll find somebody who'll give me even more money than they would have. Or I'll find somebody who would make even a better movie than they would. Because then you're creating your future. You will literally find something better. And you can also go, well, what's that teaching me? That's teaching me that they weren't good enough for me. It's not I wasn't good enough for them. They weren't good enough for me, because there's a better opportunity out there for me. And I'll find it. And it'll come to me, and I'll get an idea. And somebody might just show up and say, hey, talk to Joe out over there. He's a producer. Or you get an impulse. Go get a Starbucks. And if you're like, oh, they charge too much, I don't want to wait in line, blah, blah, blah. But you got this impulse. Go to Starbucks. Go to Starbucks. You know why? Because the guy in front of you is the producer you're looking for. But if you let your mind get in the way, the impulse is like, go to Starbucks. And you go and you get, and all at once it all just is easy. Because you're following the flow. That's how it works. Remember, like I said, when I got in Waterworld, I was just having coffee at an oceanfront cafe. And they were like, hey, there's a show up. They're doing auditions or whatever. You want to do it? And I thought, yeah, that sounds like fun. Here, Carrie, have the kids. Went up there. Got the part. It's like that easy. But we were taught not to follow our impulses. A lot of us were taught impulses are bad. Don't follow your impulse. You're too impulsive, little kid. You're just running all over the place. You're too impulsive. Right? And that shut down a lot of our following our impulse because we thought there was something wrong with it. It's not if you're at a high level. If you're at a low level, don't follow one. Unless it's an impulse to go up the emotional scale, which I just showed you. So if you're moving your emotions up, follow those. Because that's the river's pulling you. Your higher self's always, it's pulling you. Because it's not like sitting there going, pull, pull, pull. It's that your higher self is you. And since it never focuses on the negative or the past, it always focuses forward. It's flowing, strong in the river. It's flowing. And you're like in this little boat behind it, trying to throw your anchor down. And it's going, no, we're going this way because you wanted this. And it's flowing forward. And if you just let go, that's why people say, let go, you flow. You flow and you flow right behind it and you get closer and closer to it. And that's so when you let go of all those old beliefs and shit, you just flow. And it's easy. But first you got to find the flows. And when you're down here, some of them feel muddy. Like walking through mud. If you don't have any momentum and you've never written a screenplay before or a book or anything, and you sit down to write and you're like, oh my God. And you start writing because the flow, that's why they call it stream of consciousness. Because your higher self opens you and goes and sends you all this stuff. And then your mind comes up and goes, well, not your mind, it's your old beliefs comes up and says, you're not good enough. You don't know how to spell. You're blah, blah, blah. You're blah, blah. And then you clear all that crap. And then that flow, because the flow comes out kind of garbled. It's like new channelers, right? It's a little garbled because they're not clear yet. So it's the same, new songwriters, right? They're going to write garbled songs. Everybody, when you start out, it's a little more garbled because you got to get that stuff out of there, and then it flows a lot easier. So can anybody think of any impulses that worked out for them? Teresa's smiling. What is it, Teresa?
Well, it kind of started when I attended one of Tony Robbins' challenges, and you know how he gets you in that peak state and everything, and the ideas start to flow, and it gave me the impulse to check old emails. And I found this email from a person I had responded to an ad for singer for his band, and his response was very long, but I didn't get it because it went to some email that I never use anymore. But that impulse led me to it, I feel.
Yeah, because your issues kept you from seeing it, but it affected your physical reality, put it in a different folder. But your alignment at some point, because you got clear, what were you doing? Were you like, you were
the Tony Robbins thing kind of put me in a different state of
so you
mind.
get up here, and then you can hear your higher self and follow the impulse, and you found it.
Yeah, and now I'm in his band.
Hey!
We'll be getting soon.
When you understand how the universe works, you're no longer helpless here. Do you get how important that is? Most people are helpless. They don't know why the hell things happen to them. They have no idea. They don't know their thoughts affect their reality. They don't know their energy affects their future. It was mama's fault. It was daddy's fault. They all did it to me. It was my old boss. He was an asshole. See, they're always blaming outside rather than figuring out that they're the one creating it. What are they learning? Yeah, that's what I mean about when your mind clicks, is when you remember that stuff. And you go, oh, that's why that happened. That's why. So you made the click between peak state and getting the impulse toward the solution. Because the solution's always there. And usually there's at least 20 or 30 paths to any outcome that you want. But some are a long way around. You might be having to climb a few mountains first before you get there, but I mean, you could just go straight there. That's how it works. So do you have one, Linda? Can you think of anything where you followed an impulse that worked out?
Well, the thing that comes up, I ended up going to Nepal on an impulse and did volunteer work at an elementary school for a month. And
Does
it's,
it feel good?
yeah. And I spent a lot of time up on the mountain with, at a yoga center. That's
Uh-huh.
where I first started meditation. But it was all very, I literally remember one day, you talking about impulses, whether I went up onto the top of the mountain to learn yoga classes, the guy who was supposed to accompany me didn't show up. And so I go back in my mind today to explain the impulse thing is that I went through, first of all, the lower level was, I can't go because he didn't show up to go with me. And moved beyond.
Kind of, yeah.
What?
Helplessness?
Yes. And then decided, well, I'll go down to the bus stop, take a step, right? And see how that feels. So I got down to the bus stop. And of course, in Nepal, all of the buses have gibberish,
Uh-huh.
Nepali. There was no English anywhere. So I had no idea which bus to get on. So the next step was, well, the worst thing that can happen is I'll end up in Kathmandu and I can find my way back. So I was like, well, I'll get on this bus. I got on the bus, all fine, sat down, and I asked the bus driver if he knew English. So I could tell him where I wanted to go.
Uh-huh.
No, he knew no English. He did back at me in Nepali. And so I surrendered, basically. Next thing that happens, a woman comes up on the bus and sits down next to me. And she says, yoga center. She was going there. And so I went with her. We walked up the path up to the top of the mountain and it all worked out really well.
Yeah, and so you're happier about it.
What's that?
You're happy about it. And it's okay to go back and remember happy times. It's just a lot of people go back and remember sad times. But your higher self never looks back. But if you want your vibration to go up, remember the happy times.
Yeah.
The breakthroughs. But I don't know if the people in the audience know how much strength that takes. I mean, I've traveled in third world countries and stuff. It takes a lot of strength when you don't know the language and you're in a third world country to go somewhere by yourself, as a woman, especially. You have to kind of push through these fields of what happened. Yeah, I mean, they can take you off and you can never be seen from again, literally. Right? I mean, you're in the jungle. It takes spiritual strength to be able to do that. I don't know if you know how much strength that took. And you followed your impulse and it all worked out and it was fun. You met someone new.
Yes, yes, it was a huge
So
journey.
that
Yeah.
shows you how the universe works, because it's follow your highest excitement until you can't follow it anymore. And then find what's the next exciting thing and follow that one. And that's a Bashar teaching. So you follow your highest excitement until you can no longer follow it. And then you find whatever is more fun in the now. And then you follow that impulse until you find your highest excitement. And that keeps you on that path, on that trend. But sometimes it goes around like, and I do it even with changing channels. Like I'll start watching a show and I used to just sit there and think, oh, I need to watch the whole show. Or it's okay, I'll just watch this whole show. I have so many shows of everything. Right? It's like, I'll watch it for 10 minutes. I'm bored, on to next. I'll watch 10 minutes, I'm bored, on to next. I'm gonna find the highest excitement. I'll find the best thing for me. And then usually I'll find something really cool I really like. It's so use it with everything. Like even when you're putting your clothes on.
I'm so curious, pardon me.
Yeah.
I was just so curious, the follow your excitement thing. I really think I've been doing that my life. And that you said, did you say something about where that was?
Bashar, he's an alien.
Oh, okay. Could you?
Channeled from 300 years in the future through his channel, Daryl. I've seen him twice in person. I've seen him for 30 years ago. I mean, he's like I was talking about before. Abraham-Hicks is a channel, right? And she's fun. And she's the one that teaches the emotional scale that I didn't know about. I didn't know about that. I teach a lot of other things that she doesn't teach. And it's funny because they're a group being, and I'll tell you about Bashar in a minute. They're a group being and they're coming through everybody in the audience into the channel. That's how it works. So your higher self, all your higher selves, and everybody who ever will see this is coming through me to tell you what is the highest that I can teach you at this time that you can grasp in your mind, because it's not going to teach you something that is just way out there, right? And also they're limited by my vocabulary. I can't do French or like I said, Einstein, right? I can talk about screenplays and stuff because I've done some and studied all that. So I've got that language, I've got that vocabulary, right? And like Jesus talked to people about build your house upon a rock, because he was talking to carpenters. Don't build your house on the shifting sands of a shore or on a mountain that's falling down. Build it on a rock. He meant God. Build it on God. Build it on source energy. And he talked about a mustard seed. Like you have all the power of a mustard seed within you to turn into an oak tree. And that's because you're the mustard seed down here. But when you come out of the dirt and into the light, you turn into your higher self, which is like the strength of an oak tree. That's what he was talking about. And he was talking about stuff like, he never talked about damnation or any of that. None of that was his. That was all crap. The only thing I ever read really in the Bible, I mean, I've read most of it, but is the parts in red. It's like 2 pages that were Jesus's words. That's about it. They're in red in most Bibles. And also, so it was mustard seed, build your house upon a rock, and there was something else that dealt with farmers, right? It's like sow your seeds or whatever. I mean, he was talking to farmers and fishermen. You have to think about the time. What'd they do? They were carpenters, farmers, and fishermen, or prostitutes. A lot of the women were prostitutes and stuff like that. And so he had that language that they could hear. And that's why I talk about stuff like I tell people, I used to, especially when they knew what AOL, you know what AOL dial-up is? It's how long I've been doing this. Do you know AOL dial-up? How like
Of course.
you'd hook in and they'd be like, we're downloading a graphic. And you'll be like, oh my God. And you'd have to go cook dinner and come back. And then we're downloading 3 more graphics. And they charged you per minute. So they downloaded all their graphics and charged you for it, and you could not stop it. It was like, I mean, later on people developed systems to stop. It was so annoying. And so most people, and it's not quite true anymore, but these people are on AOL dial-up. Source is keeping them alive, but they don't have a very big connection. Right? And then when you get up in here, maybe up in here you have a normal internet. These people are at least have a wireless internet connection right now, like we have. But do you know what a T1 line is? It's the backbone of the internet. So like you're getting there's T1 lines that come in and you all get and I have a painting about how all this works too. I have a lot more teaching paintings, but the T1 line is where like the whole city has T1 lines that go out to all the houses. And that's what I have, a T1 line. Like that's my connections like that. It's that powerful. And what you do, as you clear, because it's there. If you didn't have the connection, you'd be dead. Or your body would be dead, you'd be out of it. But the more you clear, your line gets bigger. Your connection gets clearer and more open. And so Jesus had this T1 line. So I wanted to tell you about that. And then, so Esther's like that. Oh, I took my clients and VIPs. We went on a cruise. Is that Alaskan? I think it was Alaskan cruise. And then we went to the Seattle workshop. And I teach things that Esther had never taught before. Abraham had never taught before, but my students knew because they'd been with me for a couple of years, right? And all at once, Abraham's going, oh, I got this new information. Like she's starting to teach people what I've been teaching for years. And my clients look at me and they go, you've been teaching us that for years. And I go, I know. And I figured out what it is it's not only limited by the channel, but maybe Esther's higher self in her incarnational. So here's my higher self. Her higher self maybe had never had those experiences to know what I know. So she's teaching from her soul group's experience. And when I was in the room, so there's me and Jeannie and David, and we know this stuff. It's in our DNA. We know this stuff. And so we're in the group with 300 people or whatever, and that group mind fed it through Esther and Abraham, and then they knew this stuff too. And that's how it works. We're all helping each other move forward. And so it's like, that's why I hang out with high level people too. Go to Tony Robbins. He knows stuff I don't know. I don't know a lot of stuff about the stuff he teaches. I know how to translate it into what I know, which is a little higher level than he tells people. I'm sure he knows it. I'm sure he knows peak state is high self state. Right? Or getting people up to the high self, but he probably doesn't advertise that because people would think he's weird. So, And you don't have to do that to get high self-state, because you just kind of bring it in. But it does help, especially if people are dense. If people are really dense and their body's dense, some of the yogis made them, you do all these weird dance. You're just supposed to move your body as much as you can. Did you know that? You'll go to yogi centers because you're shaking off the boogies. That's what they're doing. They're shaking off the boogies. I'd rather just go, but it works. Whatever works. So Seth, and I used to listen to Lazar. Do any of you know who Lazarus is?
How do you spell that, sort of?
Well, he's really old now. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time. He was channeling like in the, I think Esther started in the 80s. I started in the 90s. Lazarus was already out there in the 80s, I think. Lazarus or something like that. But you have to put channel because he's not real popular now, but he was huge then. He was bigger than anybody. He was huge back then. I had like boxes of his tapes and everything. And there was some stuff I just didn't quite get. I mean, a lot of it. And now I could listen to it and I understand it. But I didn't then, even though I was working in my yard and it was a jungle because it was in Hawaii. And I would put on Lazarus tapes for hours and like go hack banana trees. Big old banana trees. Took a lot of work. And he said that the thing I remember is something I did not get. And I listened. It took me 15 years, no, 20, more than 20 years to get what he was talking about. Was the biggest thing on planet Earth that's limiting humans was it's not self-sacrifice, but that's tied in. That's one of the little, it ties in. What is it when somebody kills themselves to save others? Or what's that called? Where they, like, do you know anybody?
Oh, well, martyr.
Martyrdom.
Self-sacrifice
That's
or
it.
martyr.
He said
Yeah.
martyrdom is the thing that's the biggest thing holding humanity down. And it was because, I guess I should. And when you think about it, well, what's the first thing they did with Jesus? They said he was a martyr. He died for your sins. Yeah, bullshit. He didn't want to die. He didn't die for your sins. It's total bullshit. He lived to hold the light, which helped you feel better because he was holding the light and holding hope, but he didn't die for your sins. And he was like out of, like most of his life, he was up here, and then he kind of went in his issues and got checked out. So they're telling everybody this guy did this stuff. Well, he did it when he was at a low point. He died when he was at a low point. He was kind of scared. The government was coming after him. They were all being mean to him, and he was real sensitive. He could feel all that shit, right? All that shit was bombarding him. All those people making fun of him were bombarding him with boogies, and he just couldn't hold the field. And so he dropped his level, and they ended up killing him. But he didn't die for anybody's sins. That's total bullshit. It's stupid. But they used it to manipulate people. Right? Come to me and give me your money and tell me your sins, and I will tell you that Jesus died for your sins and you're forgiven now. Is a con game. It's a con game. And so there's a lot of other theories on Jesus too, because the Jesus character, but this one I know this, there was a being in a body, that it's mainly that, but they did conglomerate a couple different stories together to create the white Jesus, who wasn't white, right? He was Asian and had dark hair. Yeah, it's just they have you ever seen it where they show what Jesus really looked like? He's dark skinned, dark hair, dark beard. Yeah, and I think they did something with DNA or something to find him. He's not like the little old white guy blonde hair and stuff. It's and one thing in Mount Shasta too that just cracked me up all the time is people would have Saint Germain on the wall. They have a big poster of Saint Germain, and they have Saint Germain Center, and they're all worshiping Saint Germain. And have you ever Googled Saint Germain? He looks like Jesus, right? He looks like Jesus, and he's kind of cute, and he's got long hair, and Saint Germain, the purple flame, and all that. And you Google Saint Germain, the real Saint Germain is like this old bald guy. It looks like a stockbroker. I don't mean to blow apart your concepts, people, but and then so you start figuring this stuff out, that there's a lot of bullshit in the spiritual communities. It's traps. And it doesn't mean the people are bad. They're just misled to externalize their power on Saint Germain. You can externalize your power onto everything out there. It's still out there. Jesus is out there. Buddha's out there. Blah blah blah. All these traditional concepts are out there. But when you find them in here, that's different. Because they're all consciousness that exists. And so you can tie into that consciousness, but you're doing it in here. You're not saying it's out there. It's a whole different concept. Anyway, I wanted to, so Lazarus, if you can find, it took me a while to find him. I just Googled him a couple of weeks ago. And then, self-sacrifice, let's finish that, because that was all tied in with Jesus. He died for your sins. So what was that again? Linda, is she there? Martyrdom. Martyrdom, right? Women, like I was talking about, I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to follow my impulses or my guidance or whatever until my kids were raised and went out to college. That's a form of martyrdom. A woman who, I'm going to support my husband and not do what's right for me. That's martyrdom. Right? And all the religions, Jesus sacrificed, and so we're going to all be martyrs like he is. That's martyrdom. Even wars. Go be a hero. Go over there and kill people because that makes you a hero. That's martyrdom. Do you think your higher self says go over there and do that? Maybe to get your power back. If you feel so helpless that you need to go learn that to get your power back, then that's why I don't judge it. My son needed to go there for his lessons. He didn't kill anybody. He didn't have to. He was a tech guy. He stayed in a room and did the radio. So I was, just stay in that room, Jason. Don't go out there. But he learned to feel better, more powerful about himself. So everybody has these lessons, but there's so many, when you start understanding about how that's so insidious in this, right, in this culture. Even teachers, a lot of teachers are, I got to teach because the kids need it and I'll do it for them. And there's some silky sweet people. Oh my God. When my ex left, we were big in publishing, and then we got kind of bonged awake by the angels. And then he left and he got with this other lady, and then he went and he was hired by Angel Times, which is a magazine. So, because we used to do a lot of magazines. And so Angels Times, and even the lady, when I was in Waterworld, the little girl who's the star of Waterworld, I was doing readings and sessions, clearing her energy because oh, Kevin was okay, but the other guy, you know, the villain, he was just blasting her. Like she's sitting there in this little jail cell and he's just like, "Rawr!" And she's such a great actor. She could do it one take, but then she'd run over to me and I go, clear her energy. Tina Maggio. Anyway, because he, you know, he was doing his job, but shit, she was little. But she was getting Angel Times magazine. So my ex was was making it or he moved to Georgia. And that was all Angel Times. And then I'm meeting the people on the set. It was interesting, the connection, because I'm in Hawaii. Right? But the lady was sickly sweet that ran it. And he's like, and my ex was still calling me and Michael and stuff for sessions. And even though he didn't believe in it when we were together, all at once it's like, oh, help me, you know. And he goes, what's wrong with this lady? Because she was hiring him to publish it. He goes, she's just, and I go, she's sickly sweet. He goes, but she's so nice and she's like so spiritual. And I go, yeah, right. I go, that's all an illusion. She's a bitch under all that. And she would be like, because I can see right through it, right? And I'm on the phone. I mean, I'm not there. And she's like, so have you ever met anybody who's like, oh dear, you're so sweet. Oh dear, I just love you so much. Oh dear. And you just want to throw up. Have you ever met people like that? It's because it's all an act. It's all an act. And when you're aware and you're psychic, you're going, oh God. It's fake fucking shit, right? They're just totally, you can just feel it. It just feels like shit. So it's cool. I don't know why I got on that, but so there's Lazarus. Oh, the self-sacrifice and stuff. It tied in, but so there's Lazarus, and there's other ones I've studied. And then there's Seth, and you can get on Facebook. I'm in 2 or 3 Seth groups. He's hard to read. He's very intellectual. And so it takes a while to grasp the concepts. And so it's kind of nice on Facebook because the lady's name's Lydia, and you get little concepts every day, but sometimes she puts a lot on there. Today she put a long one. I'm like, oh my God, I don't have time to read that right now. And then, but trying to read his 6 or 8 books, it's a hell of a lot easier. I mean, he's really out there. So Lazarus, so here's Seth, he's very intellectual, smart, like he could talk to Einstein, right? They'd be best friends. Only he's telling you about spiritual stuff through like Einstein level stuff. And then there's Bashar. He's funny, but he's an alien, so it's a little hard to take some of the stuff. But he's really good. There's a lot of really good stuff there. And then I would put Lazarus here. Lazarus was funny, but he would kind of go between with Bashar. And then Esther's over here. She's more funny, but doesn't get into the details and stuff. So Seth literally tells you how the universe is constructed. I mean, it gets pretty heady. So yeah, so you just do whoever you're, and mine, I'm kind of, my focus has always been to chunk it down. Because Seth needs a lot of chunking down. Right? You can't understand Jesus chunked things down. Jesus said, build your house upon a rock. That's a chunk down. Right? So that you can conceive of it. And mine was like, if you're on AOL dial-up, you need to, get a better internet connection with your higher self. That kind of stuff. So I talk to people in modern day language so they can grasp the concepts. Like the wire, the kinks in the wire, that's chunking it down. That's what I do. I chunk it down so you can go, oh, I get that. And it doesn't take you 20 years. Which took me 20 years to get some of the concepts. So let's do another break. 2:15. Oh, and I always kind of wonder a little bit about Bashar's. You have to realize everybody has agendas. And so even though Bashar's really high level and I like a lot of his stuff, I still take it a little bit with a grain of salt because he is part of the alien hybrid agenda.
Do you mean Brendan Burchard?
Oh, no, I probably know Bashar.
Oh,
Bashar. No, I know Brendan. Bashar, he's a channel. And Daryl's in the movie industry, by the way, and he's made a couple movies about this stuff, but no, they just don't appeal to me. I've tried to watch some of them, but I do like what his channel says. I'm trying to find wait a second, I found the schedule. 2:20. Yeah, we're good for. Hey, we're right on time. See, Spirit knows what time it is. They always wake me up on time. I wake up like 2 minutes before the alarm goes off, right? Hey, do you ever guys do that? You can do that. You can say, I want to wait. Now, if I'm going to get on a plane at 4 a.m, I'll set 2 alarms besides. So that's why they call it trust in Allah, but tether your camel. So you trust in Allah that you know what you're doing and that your higher self can wake you up, but tether your camel means tie your camel up anyway, right? So that's kind of what but for everyday stuff, nah, I just, so Source wakes me up on time. And they let me know, just like that, let's take a break. I didn't know what time it was. I can't see, it's too far away. Right, so they just know what time it is. Let me see if I can find. I wanted to tell you about the hidden agenda. See, a lot of people have hidden agendas. You have to realize everybody's through a selfish filter. I'm a selfish filter, you're a selfish filter, and it's okay because we have to take care of self first. But a lot of people are selling stuff and training stuff and teaching stuff, but they don't realize they have a selfish filter. Right? So they push and they push, and they think, and their whole, I'll help you get better. My whole selfish filter is you'll get better. My whole life mission is to help you get better. But they don't realize under that they're making money and they have a selfish filter, they're not acknowledging that they're making the money, right? But when you acknowledge it and go, yeah, I can help you, but it's your choice. And I'll make some money and that'll be great. I have no problem with that. I like money. So you bring it to the light and you acknowledge it. And that's why I tell you, hey, I'm not cheap. I'm one of the most expensive psychics in the world. You know why? Because I am. I mean, I don't make like Esther money. She makes, I figured out $400,000 on a cruise. I'm not quite there yet. But she doesn't do sessions. She doesn't do classes like this. She hasn't done privates in 30 years. So you can't call Esther and ask her a question. It doesn't exist. She has a group. You can send questions in now on a group and you might get them answered. But if 200 other people are up and she doesn't see you or anything, right? So there's certain access. You still have access to me until I get bigger and then you won't. Right? That's how it works. But if you acknowledge your selfish filter, then you're in the light. Like if you want to go get your screenplay produced and he only is going to produce one a year, or she, and you want it to be and you push, You just acknowledge your selfish filter. I want him to do mine, and that's okay. I want him to do, you see, you just acknowledge yourself. It's okay. So that's, so with Bashar, he's an alien. He's half gray. You know the little gray guys? He's half gray. You don't know what the gray guys are? They do all horror movies, the little gray aliens, the big eyes. You know, I'm serious. He's half gray. And so he's half human and half gray 300 years in the future. And so he's coming back through his channel now and getting people into agreement. If you go on the Facebook group, there's a lot of people in agreement. Yeah, come get me, come get me. Or yeah, I'll be one of your host mothers, because there's where they take them, and some women will show up and all at once they're pregnant, and they're pregnant for 6 months or 3 months. Usually it's about 3 months because they have high level technology, and then they're not pregnant anymore and they don't know why. Well, everything's a creation, so they're volunteering on some level, but he's getting more people into agreement to volunteer. But I don't know if those people know that he has a selfish agenda. His selfish agenda, which he states in the open, is there's a hybrid program because their DNA sucks. They were genetically engineered so many times that their DNA sucks, and their race has died off in a lot of places. There's more than one planet of them. And human DNA is one of the most divine DNAs in the universe, because we've got 12 different races. We got 12, not races, we got 12 different genetic lineages that make up a human. And I'm not talking white, black, I'm talking different planets and stuff. So we're like a combination. That's why we have so many abilities. And so in our DNA, even though we've polluted and stuff, is still pretty clean. So if they can breed with humans, even it's GMO in bottles, or they take the egg and take it out and they make babies, then it helps them, helps their race, which is okay if you want to volunteer for that. So I like what Bashar says about the universe. He's really good and everything, but understand that he does have an agenda. And even if you don't believe in grays or anything, you know what? Everything exists. If you can conceive of it, if you can think of it, it exists. Now, it doesn't mean it exists in the physical, it exists in the astral, but it exists. And so he's got a lot of people believing that he exists, so therefore he does. And I'm sure he does. He's really smart and he's funny. And I've been listening for 30 years. Because I get a lot out of it, but still understand there's an agenda, right? There's and it's not hidden. See, hidden agendas, Michael taught me about that. If people have hidden agendas, that's bad. That's down here. If they have an agenda, but it's in the light, it's not bad. He tells you right out front. So it's not bad, but it's an agenda. I don't know if I want to end up on the universe where humans and hybrids exist. Because you can end up in any universe you want, right? There's all different versions of this universe. So it's your choice. Some people are all excited about it. It's the most fun thing they ever thought of, and it's their path. So, but I've studied a lot of, I have a channel of aliens. They're funny. Well, I mean, you could call Jesus an alien. You could call Buddha, they're not in bodies, right? An alien definition is not in this body. I mean, not on Earth, right? So all your spirit guides could be considered aliens. That's all, right? Because they're out there. But we call them angels. So it's almost, it's like the same term, we're calling them angels. So, but we don't, you're not just here, you're wherever. You could be on that planet, you could be 10 lifetimes over there, you could be a gray, you could be all these different things. It just depends what you want. I mean, I wouldn't limit myself. And you're this big being up there, you're not gonna say, oh, I don't want to be a alien over there. That might be fun. You know, so it's a lot bigger than they think. Everything's bigger. So I just wanted to tell you that. Watch your like anything else, watch for clarity. If it doesn't resonate with you and your tummy goes crunch, crunch, then go somewhere else. My tummy crunched on Esther for 2 or 3 years, or it was I think it was more my limitations in my mind. I wasn't ready for it. Because people would say, hey, check out this, and I'm like, nah, I'm not drawn there. They go, check out this, and nah, I'm not drawn there. And then after a couple of years, I finally was. So I could have, at the time, I probably thought she was beneath me. Well, she was probably above me. I just wasn't ready for it. So you just keep flowing. But yeah, let's go on breaks. So let's think about choice. Choice. This is our last session. So your choice creates your future. Did you know that? I was telling you how I didn't make any choices for a while, played with time. And it got really boring and it went really slow. You could try it, just do it for an hour or two. Just try to not make any choices. I'm not going to go get your water or whatever, but I'm not going to think about it. I'm not going to do anything. And things start slowing down. I did it for a while, 3 or 4 days. I like playing with time. Anyway, and that taught me that choice creates your future. So your desire, so your higher self holds your desire. So I say, I want to go on another cruise. I want to teach on cruises some more. I've done some, but I want to do bigger. And I want to go to Europe. I'd like to go to Italy. I've been to Italy a lot. I want to go to Spain. I want to go on I went on the cruise this way, like, well, from my perspective, but from yours it'd be the other way. So I went over like Rome and Istanbul, Italy, and all that way. And then there's on this way, there's like Spain and France. And those things are over on that cruise side. So you get to go over a lot of, and then there's a world cruise I want to go on, but it's 185,000, I think. Or so. Well, they start at like 54,000, and then they go to like 185,000, and you cruise most of the world. I don't know if I'd get bored on the ship that long. I thought about that, but you go everywhere. Cool. And so I've got that in my future. That's my desires, right? And so if I don't go in that direction, like teaching, okay, I want to teach groups. I need to move in that direction in order to stay in my flow, in my alignment. And when things open up, I want to get on some cruises. I've already had people want to go on, attend my workshops on cruises. That was easy. I put it on Facebook once, and people started saying, let's go. And COVID's a little resistant for me right now. I don't really want to do it when there's that, because I can maintain my level, but I can't necessarily maintain the level of my attendees. Right. So I can maintain my level of health and know I'll be fine. But if I have 300 people show up, even though I'm not really responsible for them, I want it to be the best experience for them. And they might have beliefs about health and stuff that doesn't serve them. And so I don't really want to do that until it feels better for me. And It's choice, but it's kind of a joy. So your future, your path, and what I was getting to tell what Linda was that your path, your what's the word everybody uses? Purpose. Your purpose, and this was Source told me to tell you this, is your joy. So find that. Find that joy. And then just make incremental shifts toward it. But if you think I'm supposed to do this or I'm supposed to do that, that's not it. It's not a supposed to. It's a choose to. It's a want to. It's a desire. It's a fun. It's a flow. Like when you're a little kid, you don't go, oh, I have to grow up and be an astronaut. You go, I want to be an astronaut. I want to be an astronaut, right? You like, you joy about everything. And so it's that. It's whatever your joy is. And you feel it. It's not a think thing. It's a feel thing. And it's a receive it thing. Because your higher self knows what it is. Because you've been asking all this time. So it's been holding that you. It's literally that you. And so it totally knows what it is. One guy, he's on the other side now, but he called it like teleportation technique, where you literally sit down and teleport into your future self. And then you be that. And then you bring that back with you, who you are in the future. So you do kind of do a meditation. We could do it at some point, but it would probably take longer than today because I have other things to cover. But you teleport back. You can do it on your own too. What does my future self feel like? If you're trying to go see or what are they doing or stuff like that, sometimes that's a little mucky, especially when at the beginning. But what they feel like, you can usually get the feeling. I asked Michael, I got this yesterday, but it's a good time for it today. When I was waking up and everything and first got with Michael, I said, where do you see me in the future? And I don't know if I meant house or whatever. I think I meant more like, what am I doing? Right? Where do you see me in the future? It's kind of a broad question. And he goes, oh, wow, that's interesting. Wow. I see this gorgeous green lawn. And there's green all around you, and you're standing on this balcony looking out over all this greenery. And I go, and that was Michael. I was just channeling Michael. And I go, okay, because that's not really what I was looking for. I wasn't really looking for, I'm in a house with a green yard. But that's what I got, and I was okay. And so then later, and I mean, he went into detail about a lot of stuff, but that was it. And so I just kind of dropped it. And then about 5 years later, I was driving up that driveway. Well, no, it wasn't even 5 years later, right? I was driving up that driveway, and I was telling you about that yesterday, and it was all just green everywhere. And it felt like me. They took the guys, there was 3 or 4 guys that came, took them 2 hours to mow the lawn. I mean, it was a big lawn. Fortunately, that was all included in the house. Yard maintenance. And, but I was there for a few years. So yeah, 5 years later, I was standing on the balcony, looking at this green. So see, that stuff's all known. It's already done. You change your future. If I hadn't lined up with that, if I'd have visited that house and thought, oh, this is too expensive. It was above my budget was probably I was probably paying 13, it was probably 13, 14 a month, and that was 18 or 18.50. Or no, I think I was paying 18.50. I think they wanted like 22 or something. And I was like, well, that's way out of my budget. And she's like, well, you have kids? You have little kids? Maybe we can work something out. I really want to see kids in this house. Right. And so we worked it out to 18. And then, so I stretched and filled up a lot of credit cards. And then I had a little unit, like, how can I make this work? I had this little unit. I didn't rent it out for 2 or 3 years, but it was an apartment with a bathroom. So I finally rented it out to a guy. And he was real quiet, nice, great guy. So it was totally safe, but I worried about it, having little kids there with some guy in the apartment, but he had separate entrance outdoors. I never went and visited where he worked, but he was the guys where you go to the beach in front of the King Kamehameha Hotel and you rent a kayak. He owns the business that rents the kayaks to everybody. So it's kind of interesting. So that all worked out. But it's like there was a feeling of peace. Michael saw a feeling of peace. He didn't really tell me, oh, you're doing this, or you're doing that, or your books are out there, or because I was still trying to get my books out there too, back then. And so, but he did get the imagery. And sometimes you'll just get the feeling. You won't get the imagery. And you can ask your higher self, you can say, or your future self, higher self, future self, and go, okay, bring me in some of my existing knowledge from the future. What do I know then that I don't know now? And you'll start getting those. See, it's asking the questions. Because people who are down here, that would never occur to them. And part of it is because they don't want to know their future. Because their future is probably not looking too good.
I'm
But
sorry, Lisa. You're supposed to ask your future higher self what?
Whatever, like, what do I know there? What do you know that I don't know now? Right? Like, what do you know? You can ask them whatever you want. What do you know about my life? You could ask them, what am I doing? But a lot of times you don't, it depends on where your issues are. You might get that.
About you
Or
asked.
they're going to bring in whatever they can at your level of consciousness, right? So just think about you 5 years ago. What would you tell yourself 5 years ago that would help yourself 5 years ago?
Okay, so you asked them, what do you know that could help me now from my future?
Well, they'll figure that out, right? What do you know
Right.
that you would like to help me, that you would like to tell me now?
Okay,
Because you're tying into your higher self, not the lower stuff. So make sure you're at high level. Like if you hear you're a piece of shit, you tied to the wrong channel. It's not a judgment. You're just on the wrong channel, right? It's Michael called them bands. It's like he'd be doing readings or he'd be answering questions. We'd go so high up. We'd be going so high up and we're doing sessions or reading for each other. And he's telling me, oh, this is how the universe works, blah, 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 blah. And then all at once he's talking about a pizza or something. He goes, oh, slipped a band. It's like you're on the radio station and you're tied in, and all at once you tune to a different radio station. So don't judge it. Just go, slipped a band, turn to a different radio station. And then you just get your level up and go again.
That is so cool. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Oh, you're welcome. And they know, like, you can think about it right now. What would you tell yourself 5 years ago or 10 years ago? It's because you can do that and you can help your past self change where you are now. So it's like I could go back to myself who had all the issues with being scared of being seen and putting my books to the world, right? And putting my work out there, because we had a lot of lifetimes as where we were burned and shit, right? If you knew stuff outside the box, people didn't like it. They killed Jesus, right? So it's like, so there's a certain fear with a lot of spiritual people to go be forward, to move forward and shine your light to the world. If it's different, they call it the tall poppy syndrome. And so if I could go back, which I'll do it right now, I'll go back to myself 10 years ago. And I'll say, it's fine. We're out to the world and we're totally safe and it's fun. Can you feel that shifts the energy? We've done it. We're done it. And so that part of me now feels soothed. Oh, okay. I know that's happening in the future and that's good. And I'm having fun. So there's a lot of, these are like spiritual technologies that are common with people on other planets. I mean, you know how to do it. But with people in Earth, they don't know any of this is even possible for the most part. So it's you start getting access to spiritual technologies that you know from other lifetimes and you know from other existences. And this is just like the clearing thing. That just was totally natural to me. My higher self knows, your higher self knows a lot of stuff. If you allow it, it comes forward. And it's called coming forward because it comes in and forward into your reality. So you can bring things, you bring more light in your body and everything, but you're bringing forward new realities. You're bringing forward your consciousness into this one. Because you're literally bringing forward light like Jesus did. You're bringing hope and light into a denser field. You're holding the field. That's what Teresa was talking about, holding the field in New York, right? And a lot of it's just one of the main things is that's not mine. And I heard, I was doing, what was it? I said, I'm not Peter, right? Peter Principle. And then I heard some stuff about Murphy, and I'm not Murphy either. Murphy's Law, right? We were there's these old sayings that people still share, and they're screwing people up. Those are not helpful. And sometimes I'll tell people, hey, that's not helpful. But they're like, we know. So, oh well. You just flow forward as best you can. Yes. Oh, you unmuted. Do you want to talk?
Oh, I was just gonna say how mind-blowing this all is, and I've always felt a crunch now that you mentioned the crunches, and it helped me identify that anytime anyone said anything all my life about Murphy's Law.
Yeah, because it's not true.
I always felt that, like, that's bad, don't say it. But I never felt like I had the authority or anything any room to speak up. Do you know what I mean? But this is so
Do
validating.
you think your higher self has the authority to speak up here?
Now, yes.
Then speak up. But they won't like you.
Hey, yeah, everybody else.
So sometimes it's not worth the backwash. Because if you're not strong and you challenge a belief system or a group belief or what people are into, they will hit you with everything they got. And if you're transparent, it just like giggles. It just feels like, kind of funny. But if you're not, it can take you down. I had a lady, I was at an oceanfront. I love eating oceanfront breakfast. And so I go to this beautiful oceanfront breakfast in Kailua Kona with Michael. It turned into Bubba Gums. It wasn't as good. But anyway, and we sit there and we're having breakfast. And it's just beautiful, and the waves are lapping, and we're just talking to each other. And this tourist lady is sitting over here, not very far away, maybe 8 feet. And she turns around and she looks at me, and she sends a dagger, boom. And she hits me. She didn't like my dress. And she hit me somewhere that I wasn't transparent. It took me 4 hours. To get
Did that put a
crap.
tear in your aura?
She found one. If I didn't have one, she wouldn't have got it. It wouldn't have come in. But it would, because it took me 4 hours to get her crap out of my field. I didn't even know her like from the Man in the Moon.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of those kind running around.
Well, but she helped me because I cleared that and I sealed that. I healed that part of me that let that crap in, right?
All right. Yeah.
So everything is helping you.
Okay.
So but it took me 4 hours to pull it out, and go, what the hell? Who cares what you think? I don't give a shit what you think. You bitch, leave me alone, right? And she had no idea. She's like off judging other people, right? So I was just clearing away into the light, into the light, into the light, into the light. It was like a dagger in the side. It was like where they cut Jesus. It was like that. And I'm like, out of me, out of me, out of me. Crap out of me. And then sometimes you get arrows in the back. I had to clear a lot of those arrows. You throw them away. Not mine, not mine. So if all at once you get this little twing, like you're just walking down the street and you get this pain, somebody just arrowed you. This stuff goes deep. It's not just because you're becoming more of a light being. And so dense energy doesn't feel good. But a lot of people have hundreds and thousands of boogies and arrows and all this crap in them. And that's why they're dense and they feel dense. They don't know that all that crap's there. They're just doing the best they can until they start waking up. And I wanted to tell you something else about that. Oh, that's why people go into monk time. And it's great during COVID. You're already kind of in monk time. So you just kind of, when you're really going through it and clearing stuff, you just kind of find your own private space. And you just, because you're sensitive to everything. I told you that the school, daggers, they were sending daggers at me for not combing my daughter's hair to their satisfaction. Right? It's just daggers. Like I asked for vegetarian food. We were vegetarians then. I asked for vegetarian food in the school system. What do you think the cafeteria people thought about that? Daggers. More work for me. I don't want to do more work. Daggers, daggers, daggers. It took me 7 years. And I had my kids were already out of school by the time they did it. I had the Patsy Mink. She was like what do they call it, Congresswoman for Hawaii. She was writing letters too. They should have a vegetarian option. I mean, like the kids would go up and they'd give them a hot dog on a bun and they'd go, I'm a vegetarian, and they'd take the hot dog off. They got a bun with nothing. I'm like, a burrito is vegetarian. It's like you can make a burrito or a tortilla, and so I gave them whole recipes. I gave them books. I gave them mentorship things. I educated the whole cafeteria staff and everybody. It took 7 years, and they were hitting me with daggers. And do you know what happened at the end of that? The principal comes on and they have articles and stuff in the TV and everything. And I made a video. I put it on public television. I put videos on public television about vegetarian in the public school systems in Hawaii. And they came on and they said, yes, we want to thank our wonderful cafeteria manager because he's introduced vegetarian food into the school system. And I'm like, fuck you guys. 7 years I didn't get a mention. Patsy Mink didn't, nobody. They thanked the guy that fought us for 7 years. But it was so dense. I learned not to do, I'm not doing that again. I'm not going into a dense system and trying to change it because, and I was just asking for an option, not change everything to vegetarianism. Right? It's just an option. These kids need something to eat. If you're going to give them, at least give them a burrito or something. And I also did it with backpacks. You got a kid that weighs 40 pounds and they're putting 20 pounds of books on their backs. What happens? They're laughing. See, I'm angry. So I have to get up because I'm angry. No, it's like backpacks. Oh my God, they're heavy as crap. And they're stupid because they're not thinking. So the math teacher's sending home the homework at the same night as the English teacher and the other teacher, and they have 3 thick books, and then the next day they don't have any. And I'm like, can you guys coordinate something? These kids are picking these books up, putting them on their back, and it's going to affect them 20 years in the future. They're going to wonder why their back hurts because they're too small for that much weight. So I gave them all articles about how much weight a kid's supposed to carry at what age and all this stuff, and they totally ignored me. We don't care. And I figured, actually, Spirit was telling me, yeah. Oh, and I had headaches like you wouldn't believe because I was pushing them. I was pushing their minds forward, and they did not want to be pushed. They did not want to change. And the backpacks, Spirit was telling me, well, that won't be the case for long. Because Spirit knew they were going to DVDs or iPads, right? Everybody's going digital, so they're not going to be carrying these big old heavy books around. But if you ever were trying to push for something and the people around you didn't want it and you had headaches, that's why. So I learned, let them be where they're at. And it was like the best school there. I couldn't really take my kids out of that school and put them in another school. That was one of the higher level schools. So you just do the best you can and move forward. But I learned not to fight. And the government, oh my God. Trying to change the government is one of the worst, heaviest fields there is. So if you try to change, that's why it takes years. That's why it takes things years and years to change because their thoughts are, I don't want to do, so it's not only the people like the Congress people or whatever, they have all their egos attached. I want this money for my county and I want that money for my county. Well, it's not only that, their egos are attached to winning. And then they also have all the people who work for them who will do the work and have to change. All the people who will lose their jobs. They're fighting you on an energetic level, on a consciousness, on a subconscious level. And then all the people who don't want to do the work. They've been in their job for 30, 40 years. All at once you want me to do this? They don't want to change. And so all that is, that's why it's like trying to move an elephant. When people try to move the government, it's like trying to move an elephant. So, and it's the same, see, that's how COVID helped a lot because the, it's like the pollution, the air pollution in LA, right? after COVID started and people had to stay home, it became beautiful. Did you guys know that? The smog went away. So how many years would it have taken of people trying to get people to change and everybody to get good cars that don't pollute and everybody to quit being like that? It could have taken 20 years. And COVID did it in 2 months. Really, they did. And so you have to understand that everything has a positive side. And when you understand that, right, you start looking at the big picture. But if you go online and you look at what the news is feeding you, you'll drop your level right away because they're just feeding you negative crap. So if you can hold the field, if you can look at it and go, what's the solution? Then you're part of the solution. But if you look at it and go, oh, that's bad, and you focus on it, it'll start dropping your level and you're creating the problem. So it's a little tricky at first, especially when you do stuff. So you have to kind of balance what works for you. Celebration, yeah. Celebrate. I just saw a quote that's on the chat still. I just saw a quote about celebration from Bashar. Talks about it, and it's one of the highest level energies. But I didn't get it from him because I was telling you guys, and I got that directly this morning. I got that while I was talking to you, and then I went in and I looked at my Facebook feed, and it was right there. And I went, okay, that's interesting. Because law of attraction, I was thinking about celebration and celebrating and how high level it is, and it showed up that quick. That's how quick stuff shows up. You think about a chocolate cake. That's it. Now watch chocolate cake show up in your reality. So now if it's a chocolate cake ad, it could be Facebook because they listen, right? Or it could be Google. Did you know they listen to all this stuff? So they listen, so then it'll show up in your Facebook feed. Buy this chocolate cake, buy this chocolate cake. But that wasn't an ad I saw. That was just a quote or whatever. Right? So it's not Facebook putting it there, it's law of attraction. Which I guess Facebook's law of attraction in a way too. So you'll start seeing your reality shift around you. It's going to start being more malleable, right? Like it'll be easier to shift it to something you prefer. Can you guys feel that? It just feels like, woo, I can move this energy around. Like move your hands and see if you can feel that. Whoa. Whoa. Move it around, moving the energy around. No agenda. You're not trying to do anything. You're just playing with it, right? Like a little kid playing with the energy. You can also make balls of light and spread them out. You can feel them too. And I used to, and in my class, I have a level up with Lisa. I have this tower of light. I would do a group, and I'll just do it. Oh. Okay, there's a tower of light in front of me. And say I got Buddha smile because my level went up. Whoa. So God is smiling in my face. And I just walk into it. Oh. You feel it. I would have 30 people in the room and I could put a tower of light down and they'd all could walk in it. And they go, shit, because it's there. And I used to play with them. I'd go in the middle of an airport and I'd put a tower of light. Yeah, I know, it's bad. I not really. I play. You play, and I put a tower of light, and then I go sit down, at the airport because I got an hour to wait for the plane or whatever. And some people would walk just right around it, unconsciously, because they don't know it's there consciously. They'll just walk right around it, and other people will just kind of walk through it and go. So yeah, it's fun because you have all these abilities, and you'll find more and more. And a lot of us have different abilities. Like one guy, I had him do Tower of Light. I think it was in Egypt, and then he came back to me the next day, and he goes, "Lisa, I see through bodies." He goes, I see through bodies. And I go, that's really cool. Because it turned on his ability to be able to see what's in people's bodies. I said, what detail did you get? He said, I see everything. I see all the organs. I see all the veins. I see all the muscles. I can see in bodies, but I kind of like, I do that, and then I can kind of pull things out and see. But I don't get the detail. It's nothing like what he was getting. That was his gift. So then I don't know if he became a body see-through or body healer or whatever, right? To help people remove stuff in their body. So, and there's a lot of us. And you guys would not be here if you weren't one of them. You would have left. You would have gone into your issues. You would have flown out the door. And your spirit called you here, right? Law of attraction. And you stayed. Some people can't take 10 minutes of me. Bluntly. They're out of there. Too strong. So that means that all the work you've done in this lifetime and other lifetimes to get here has great value to you and to the Great Awakening. And the Great Awakening is not like a religion or anything. It's a fact. We're waking up. And you can tell that by just looking at. And when I started with psychic stuff, 95, there was maybe 30 psychics on the net. Now there's probably 3 million. It's okay now to be a psychic. It's okay now to have powers. And then all these Star Trek and all those shows are getting us prepared for multi-dimensional contact. So people know that there's, like the old stories of angels and stuff, but it's all getting us. So the little kids, you could say, hey, there's a spaceship, and they'll go, wow, that's cool. And the old people, the guy said, oh, the aliens have come, and they were jumping off buildings and killing themselves, right? Remember that really happened, a radio show. War of the Worlds, the guy came on the radio show, I think it was Orson Welles or something, and they did it, and people were literally leaping to their deaths because their mind wasn't prepared. And so all this stuff is preparing the consciousness for us all waking up and becoming beyond anything we've ever dreamed. This is just little stuff. And it's fun. And we came here for the ride. So let your gifts flow forward through you. Make that choice. My gifts are now flowing forward through me. And I am becoming more and more conscious of who I really am. So your choices create your reality, and you have to feel them. Like, like when if I go, okay, right now I'm going to choose to go on a cruise in a month. I don't have a lot of resistance to that, but I did have a little twing. Like, maybe not. But I could. If spirit would line up with it, it would be okay. Right? So you kind of feel them. And people used to call me and say, well, should I move here? Should I move there? A lot of people in New York, should I move here? Should I move to New York or whatever? And I say, sit down and feel it. Okay, I'm gonna move. And this is for people who really want to move and know, okay, I'm gonna move to North Carolina. No, I'm not. So, and not only does my spirit know that's a lie, but I don't want to move to North Carolina. So, and if you do want to move somewhere, like if you go, I'm going to move to New York this week. Nah, see, but you could go, I'm going to move to New York sometime soon. Now that flows easier. So you feel the energy of whatever you're going to do, especially a big thing like that. Or I'm going to go buy a new car. Ooh, I'd love to have a new car. I'm going to go right now and buy a new car. Right? So it's kind of how you word the question, or you, because buy a new car feels good for me, but right now, nah. So because it's all energy, so that's your own guidance. You're finding your own guidance, and I'm gonna have a beer. I don't have any beer. I'd go have a beer. I had some beer. I have a lot of wine. So, but yeah, it's and you can go like this too, that you feel off center. Like if you're thinking, oh, I'm going to marry this man, and all at once you're feeling off center. Oh, maybe I'm not going to marry that man. I married him last this week. Yeah, it's like you can. It's a lot of people use muscle testing and stuff, but you can be more awake than that. You don't have to. I mean, sometimes it works, but for me, it's kind of artificial. It doesn't. It's clunky. It's like when I read direct, right? I read direct. I get above them. I can read bodies and minds and past lives and animal, everything. But I don't need cards. But I wasn't taught with cards. Michael taught me to read direct, and Spirit taught me to read direct and to feel. And so if you have cards, you're using a tool. It works. It's a tool. But I have people, I tell them, you don't need those cards anymore. But I don't want to insult them, and I don't want to make them feel like they've done something wrong or anything like that. Some people will drop their level when I say that. But what I'm saying is, no, you don't need those cards anymore. You know how to read already. You're connected. You got it. Right? And so, and there's a lot of stuff in those fields of those cards. I don't really trust those fields of those cards, or people who do card readings or get cards. For me, it's a lot lower level. But you can use people use tea leaves. It's all, you can use anything. Like if you're thinking, oh, I think I'll go do something, whatever, doesn't matter. And all at once you see a blue bird show up. Then that's a way of telling you, yeah, that's cool. If you like bluebirds. And that's why in the old days, they said they were, we call them primitives, but there's a lot of things that they knew, omens, right? People would say, oh, a bird means this or a bird means that. It's all a permission slip. They're all giving themselves a translation to filter through their guidance. but a lot of them went negative. Oh, this means something bad. Oh, that means something bad. I had to clear a lot of that because my mom had a lot of that, like the rocking chair. I still don't like letting my chair rock because of all the negativity attached to it. So you have to understand that even though I know that I can have a rocking chair, it doesn't mean a death in the family, which is what that old wise tale saying is. I had to process it a lot. And then I realized, well, it was stupid because they didn't know. See, they were scared of ghosts. And so if a chair was rocking, even if it was the wind that made the chair rock or a little earthquake, they thought it was a ghost. So it was created out of a primitive understanding of not only that realities and ghosts aren't really real, not like that. And it was created out of fear. So I cleared it. I still don't like my chair rocking, but I cleared most of it. And I know it's not a ghost. I totally know that. I mean, there's so many stupid things like don't step on a crack or you'll break your mom's back. I had to clear that for hours. What a stupid saying to get little kids. You don't want to hurt your mommy. And you know how many cracks are in the schoolyard? You're walking around like this. I don't want to. And what's a crack? Well, between two little rocks and the blacktop, there's cracks everywhere. What the hell? It's stupid. There's a lot of stupid things. So it's stupidity. If you have something come up, go, what stupidity is that? Because your ego doesn't like to be insulted. So when you insult it, like if it doesn't clear quick and you insult it, then it's like, well, fuck, Joey told me that when I was 8, right? Well, you don't have to believe Joey anymore. That's stupid. And then your ego's like, okay, I'll let go. So you kind of got it. There's a lot of tricks to getting clear, but a lot of this stuff kept people. So, but you can use any of it you want to your advantage. That's why I'm saying use the bluebird. Oh, the bluebird means this or that. You can give anything the meaning you want, but a lot of us gave a negative meaning to things. That's why next opportunity. So if somebody says no on your screenplay and you go, oh, that means it's not good enough, that's giving it a negative meaning. That creates in your future that negative meaning that it's not good enough because you're creating your future with whatever your conclusion is. That's a conclusion. And so if you go, well, that means next opportunity, it's too good for you. I'm going somewhere else. You can't afford me. So you change it. It's twisting it positively. It's like they call it reframing. That's another technique. You reframe everything because everything has a positive and a negative. So you're basically just finding as high a positive as you can for every negative, and then you keep changing it, and then you'll end up staying more on the positive, and that creates in the future somebody coming to you and going, "Wow, I heard you got a great screenplay. I've got a lot of money. Let's make it." Because you said the other guy couldn't afford you, right? So it's you're creating your reality. So create it what you want. That's how all that works. So does anybody have any questions? We got about an hour left.
How best to find other higher level people, like for community, just in general? And what's the sense? How do you tell who's higher level? I guess it's just your feeling, right?
Yeah, it's not just your feeling. It is your feeling. That's your guidance, right? Unless you're making a conclusion. So if you go, well, I'm not drawn there yet, Like for Esther, she was higher level, her information helped me, but I wasn't drawn there yet. So I didn't just totally say that's not for me, or I could say that's not for me now, because I didn't know if I would eventually. But if I'd have just said, that's a piece of shit, I never want to see it again, I would have cut myself off from that opportunity. Because you can cut yourself off from opportunities. And a lot of us did that all the time. That's not for me. Well, it might not be for you at this age, but it might be for you in 2 years or 3 years or 5 years. Or I'm not like that. Well, how do you know? If you don't know who you are, because you've been living out as a puppet of all this crap you've been carrying around. So you go with the feeling. What does it feel like? Does it feel like my path right now? Well, maybe not. Okay, that's not your path. Right now, it's not your path. But it might feel better in the future, or maybe worse. It's everything is your guidance, your feeling. But that's where it gets confusing, because if I just say follow your feeling and your guidance, some people can follow their feeling into hell because they feel like crap all the time. And there is no hell, but they can live it in this life. Right? So if you don't know about this and your power to change your thoughts and change your vibration, then you're powerless here. So when you know this stuff and you get it, then you have your power back. And you do things like I do things that feel like running makes me feel on top of the world. Even if it's just 15 minutes, that's all I have to do. I don't have to run 4 hours like I used to. It's like I can just run a little ways and I come back and I just feel it on top of the world. And even doing the cold shower. So I do a hot shower because I love them. And then I do the cold rinse, 20 seconds, just turn around, freezing cold because it's still freezing in the ground outside. So the ice water is cold. And then my body goes, whoa, I'm awake. Like, cold. And then sometimes I just relax and watch movies, or I play a video game if I want to. And whatever feels heavy. And then if it starts feeling heavy, I stop it. And then, so I'm always conscious of what it feels like. What does it feel like right now? Sometimes movies will catch me and I'll just watch them too long and it'll feel a little heavier. And then I'll just like, I'm not going back to that show. And I'll rate it on IMDb pretty low. I usually don't rate below a 6. Once in a while a 5, but I want myself to know I saw that and I don't like it. Right? I don't thumbs down. I probably should thumbs down on Amazon. Then they'll show me different shows because they don't have IMDb. But I like to remember. I don't know which shows I've seen because I didn't watch TV for 10 or 15 years. I didn't watch movies or anything. So I keep track on IMDb what I rated things, and then I know. Well, I'll look at it. It'll say, "Oh, this is coming on." So, oh, that looks interesting. I'll look at IMDb. Oh, I saw it. It helps. That way I don't have to watch it again. They go, I saw that already. So whatever you want to do that keeps you feeling high. Like if painting pictures, when I was feeling so bad, when I was way down there after Michael left, I painted a bunch of pictures. And they're all of beings going into the light, dying, going into the light, because I saw that. And I almost put them up for hospitals, to put them in, where people are dying. Like they could give them free prints. I probably still do that. So that they can, if somebody's laying in the bed and they're looking up and there's this big white ball of light with this little being going into the light, right? It might remind them that they're going somewhere. They're not dying, they're just leaving their body. So, but I was depressed and I was painting all that stuff.
You
And
could make copies of those.
well, I can put them on where they make prints for free, right?
Yeah, the prints.
They download their own print.
Yeah.
I could charge, but I haven't gotten to that yet. I have a lot of stuff I haven't got to. So it's all priority, whatever you want. Oh, so let's go over what we went over. We went over where you're coming from and where you are. That's where you really are. And you're
Uh-huh.
also all of this, right? But this is a representation. Actually, it's not physical till it gets down here. It's not physical till it gets toward the bottom. This is all the more etheric realms, and they get denser as they come in. You get denser, and then it manifests into the physical. And so you take your energy down, and you make choices. Like these are choices going to these galaxies. See, they're like little galaxies. So you come in and you go here, and you go to that galaxy, and you come in and you go, and you get denser and denser, and you go to that galaxy. And then I made it that this is like the Earth galaxy, and you go through prisms. That's why prisms split light. If you put a prism up and you have the sun go through it, it splits the light. Right? So you're white light, but you're going through this prism and it turns into a rainbow. Have you ever seen that? Well, that's what we're doing. Our energy's prisming and splitting to get us into the material plane without blowing it up. I don't know if anybody ever tells anybody that, but you can't come in here full power. That's how powerful you are. And it's not that it would blow it up, it would just cease to exist. It would just cease to exist. That's how, because we're vibrating so high at who we are that all that stuff would just dissipate, right? And so where you're at, and your guidance is up here. And it's not that it's pulling you, you'll feel pulled toward it. It's not intentionally pulling you. It's just going ahead. And it's got you hooked behind. You're hooked to your guidance. You're hooked to your higher self. And your higher self's going ahead. And if you don't go, you can't let go of the hook. Sorry, you'd be dead. Right? Because it's really you. Your higher self is you. So you're going ahead, like I'm the being who's teaching on cruises and all this stuff, right? That's whatever your desire is. Your higher self goes ahead and you're coming after it. And if you don't come and you get further and further away, you feel like crap. But it's just giving you your desires. It's not saying, oh, you've got to go do this. Because it always answers yes to what you want. Because it's not like my higher self's not trying to be a musician and invent or play the guitar or any of that. It could have other lifetimes where it's playing the guitar and that stuff. It's not attached to what I want. The only attachment it has to what I want is the joy of being me with that. Because it has so many different versions of me, right? So it's not trying to puppet us or anything. It's giving us what we want, what we ask for. And then but you gotta go. And so if you don't go, you're gonna feel like crap. And when you start going, you'll feel like flow. Because you're flowing, because it's going. And it's a river of energy that you get into. And if you're backwards to the river going, oh, but I'm not good enough, your whole life gets mud. It's like snow. It feels like mud. Nothing gets done. You can try for hours and you don't get shit accomplished. Because you're crossways or backwards in the flow. So then if you go, okay, I'm gonna go do something, relax my body, take a shower, take a bath. And don't judge yourself because it's just normal that we're here in the trail plane going through stuff. Nobody's judging you. And so then you go, that just didn't feel good. I'm not going to do that right now. And you go do something else, and then that'll feel flow. Oh, maybe I'll go for a walk. Well, that kind of feels like flow. Well, now I'm getting myself back in the flow. It might not be about this subject, but I'm back in the flow. And then once you're back in the flow, you're up higher, and you get the answers to whatever was hanging you up before. That's how it works. So you do whatever you can to get in the flow. The subject isn't important. And if it's something you have a lot of resistance to, like if I said, oh, I'm gonna publish my books next week, I have resistance to that. That would turn me around. I don't want to do that right now. A lot of them are crappy. It's like my screenplays are better, but a lot of my books are just confusion and crap because I wrote them when I was down here. And so it's almost easier, and it probably is easier to throw them all away. Because everything I write now will be up here, clearer. But I don't want to do that right now because I'm doing this. Right? And then I have I have Visionary Entertainment Leaders Conference. It's supposed to be in July. And I'm going to do another one of these. So I'm doing my event stuff right now. And I got to edit that video. I have a lot of things I have to do before I get back to my books or screenplays, right? So you choose, but you do, but what's in the flow.
I have a question about that other illustration with the spirals of the universes.
Yeah.
So I'm a graphic designer at heart for my ad agency work, and I have a tattoo that I got in Bali because I've always, when I've doodled all my life, I've made spirals.
Oh, well, the spiral.
And I didn't know. I had no idea there was.
Well, that's the universe. You know, if you go out and look at the Milky Way, it's almost all of the universes are spirals. But
yeah,
but that's not what your spiral means.
Well,
What
actually,
your spiral means is, okay, I'm going to do this directly with you. Open your crown chakra. Do you feel that energy?
mm-hmm.
What's it feel like?
Oh gosh, a little scary.
What's it feel like though?
Light.
What else? If you were going to draw it, what would you draw?
Oh my gosh. Whenever I doodle, I always doodle spirals and flowers.
It's a spiral.
Or circles.
It's a spiral. Can't you feel that?
Yeah.
Oh, now I got goosebumps. Yeah, see that? Now just do that above your head. Everybody just do that above your head. And you'll invite that energy in. It's a spiral.
See, I've had this thought that my sister took her life 10 years ago, and I did a timeline of her life, and I did it as a spiral. And this was my infographic of her life as a spiral. And I thought, all of our lives are like spirals, aren't they? And because hers went the wrong way. And I feel like all of our lives are going, or they should be, this other outward.
Well, not really. She couldn't have been going the wrong way. Because you can't go backwards. Right? So you come in here and see that's an as above, so below. The universe is a spiral, and energy is always spiraling. And but even if somebody came in here, felt like crap and took their life, every time they asked, it was given. So next time they come back, they're at a higher level. That's how it works. You can't fail here. There's no way you can fail. Even a little baby can come in and be here for 20 minutes and leave, and they accomplished something because they asked while they were here. Because there's a subconscious asking all the time. Like right now, I'm feeling a little warm because I just did that energy. So I'm asking to be a little lighter. It's simple. There's a lot, like sometimes you're cold and you'll get an impulse to put a sweater on. That's literally from God. Put a sweater on, or it's from your body. It's like, it's simple. It's simple little things like that. It's your guidance is always making you trying to make you better and have more fun and be more comfortable. And it's like for me, I have fluffies on. If it was warmer, I mean, it's cold today out there, but it's warm in here, starting to get hot. But my feet get cold. I'm a Pisces, double Pisces. So I wear soft shoes, but some people would need to have 6-inch heels to feel good about themselves. And so Source would find them 6-inch heels that look beautiful because they want that. Not me. I have some. I look at them. I wear them for 5 minutes and then I put them back on the shelf. They look really nice on my shelf, but they don't go on my feet. It's like Source wants you to have what you want. So your sister, and I knew there was that when you asked that question yesterday. I knew somebody was on the other side because they were contacting me. They told me that. So yeah, everybody continues to exist. You can hear your sister all the time. She never leaves. She's always there with you. Now that doesn't mean at first when Michael left, his clients would come and go, oh, I hear Michael. Michael's telling me this, or Michael's telling me that. And it made me jealous. He's supposed to be talking to me. He shouldn't be talking to all you guys too. But I realized they're not limited like we are. They can talk to everybody at once. So that was a little my human, consciousness. I've had some weird things I'm playing a video game and it's really cute. And I had some issues about witches. I was talking to you about witches. And a lot of the witches, like if you made rosemary tea in the old days and you gave it to somebody to relax them, you were considered a witch. Did you know that? A lot of them were herbologists. And they found herbs in nature and they helped heal people with herbs and they called them witches. Isn't that weird? And so I've had to process some of those witchy stuff, like what's witchy, what's bad. My mom was kind of a dark witch. She would sit there, and I mean, I love my mom, and she's not anymore because once you're out of your body, you're not like that anymore. But she would sit there, and she would radiate energy at somebody in order to hurt them, literally. So she was kind of a voodoo witch. And I didn't like that. And she would talk about looks that could kill. She could give you looks that could kill. She would turn around and it's like dark, like you could just see darkness in her, especially when you're light, right? And you're a little kid, oh, mommy, oh, blah, hit you with this crap. So I had to clear that crap. So I had some witchy stuff. I'm playing this little game and it's fun. It's called Wildflowers. It's on Apple Games, so you have to have Apple online games. You can get 30 days free. And the game, I think I did the whole thing already. But you have this little girl and she runs around. She has to plant flowers and trees and stuff. And then they have a broken down barn. Well, I wanted to make my barn with my horses, right? I haven't manifested it in the physical yet, so I'm going to manifest it. I have in certain ways. The house I lived in Mount Shasta had horses in the front yard. It was on the horse ranch. And I used to train horses. So I have to soothe myself. Well, you used to train horses and you had a whole racetrack. And you manifested horses in the front yard, in the pasture. It was a Morgan ranch. And so, but my little girl's like, but I want my own horse, right? So I'm like, no, what? Yeah, I don't really want to take care of one, but we'll go on some, So it's like you kind of negotiate with yourself and show yourself, because the universe did bring, I rented that place and the horses in the front yard. I had 4 pastures in the back with horses in them. People, I could have rode them if I wanted. I just wasn't into it. I'd rather just look at them, pet them on the head and look at them. And I fix their water and stuff, but it's, so you got to soothe that part of yourself. But I thought, well, this little game's cool. So you get to make a barn, and you go buy your horses. And well, you don't get horses, you get a cow and you get some sheep. And so I did all that, and it was kind of felt good, right? And then these people are asking you out. So this girl asked me out in this game, and I've had a lot of females think I'm gay clients. I've had people try to move across the world from Puerto Rico to Hawaii. I've had 2 or 3 of them try to fly over from other countries to be with me because they don't, they don't understand. See, and I explained it to them, but they don't get it. It's, I'm running God. This is God energy. This is your higher self. And some people haven't felt that level of love from anybody. And so they start feeling that level of love, and they think it means that I love them, which I do. I love everybody. But they think that it means like a relationship type thing. And so I explained to them, no, it's you're actually talking to yourself. You're loving yourself, which is really good. But you've got this your own access. But I've had people literally shipping everything across the world to be with me, and I'm like, no. And I'm like, it's one day I'm with Michael, and so then, and one lady came from an ashram to be with me. It's been strange. So then I'm always kind of like, am I gay? Is the universe trying to tell me something I don't know about? Have I just denied my gayness my whole life? Right? But I like men, and so this game, the girl asked me out, and I'm like, oh, and I went into an issue, and she's a digital creature. And I'm like, oh, well, I don't want to hurt her feelings. She's digital. It's like, it's not going to hurt her feelings. So I said, no, I'm not really into it. And she's like, oh, okay. And she went on. So then another character asked me out, right? And I'm like, no. And then I had to go through, he was Black, but he wasn't my type. If somebody's Black and just gorgeous, yeah, I would probably go out with him. But this guy was kind of short and chunky. And so, but I had to go through, is it because he's Black, or is it because he's short and chunky? It's like he's digital, right? So I had to process. So the games are kind of interesting. And then this guy asked me out, and he's, that last one ran a bar. The lady was like astrophysicist. She was smart. And then this other one, there's 4 or 5 choices, and eventually they're going to ask you out to play the game. And this guy asked me out, and he's a werewolf. He like got stuck. He has his regular form, you see, but then he turns into a werewolf, and he can't get out of his werewolf form. But the witches do have something to cure him, but they haven't got it yet. And he's got a bookstore, and I like him. I like the guy who's a werewolf. He's got a bookstore. I'm like, why do I like the werewolf guy? And then he like, we kiss, and they kind of, it's a little kid game. And then he doesn't pay much attention to me. And I'm like, why aren't you paying attention to me in this video game? It's because they never wrote any more code. It's like, we got married, and he has like 3 lines. And one of them is, you know that lady, the doctor lady? I really like it when I'm around her. And I went into jealousy. I'm like, oh my God, I need to get out of my house. So then I had to process that. So the games do help. And at first I was judging them and stuff, but the games, they put you through things. You have to make choices and go through things. And little kids are learning that. They're learning social skills. They're learning a lot of stuff. Like in some of the big games, if you have stuff like you got to survive in the wild in some of these more violent ones. And they have like, you'll go in a place and there'll be things you can buy, but there's also things you can steal. And they're like red, and there's a little red tag on them. And you kind of got to do it when the guy's not looking. But if you steal that thing and you get caught, the whole town comes after you. And then you can't go back to that town because they remember who you are. So you can't, when you start thinking about, well, this is teaching kids not to steal. Because the opportunity's there, and they're in survival mode a lot of times, but no, we don't steal, right? So you have to start looking, when you start looking at, you don't have to, never mind, cancel that. But when you start looking at everything has a benefit. Everything. And when I was writing, oh my God, writing, you have to clear so many issues when you're writing. It was one of the most intense experiences I ever had, writing down stuff. And I went through my whole childhood. I couldn't remember a lot of it. And then I went in, what's it called? Chronological order. I go, well, okay, I went to elementary school at this year. And then I went to junior high at this year here. And I put the dates and like a script, right? Interior, exterior. And I put the dates and everything so that I could, and once I put it down, then it's like you open that file. And then I go, oh yeah, and this happened in that, and this happened in that, and this happened in that. And so then I processed all that stuff. It took about 7 years to get that through that stuff in the past. But I have a lot of material.
Excuse me, Lisa, but when you do that, are you going into your Akashic records?
No, I could, but no, I was just doing that because I was wanting to write a wake-up cycle.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Thanks.
What happened to me through my life that got me to where I am? My experiences and how I started seeing things here and I started seeing things there and what they meant. But it's too messy. That's why I said I could just throw that away. Although I might need some dialogue from the past from people. But because it has good dialogue in it. So if I want to pick up dialogue, I can go get that. But it was just too messy. I knew I was processing my stuff, but I didn't know how much I was. It was helping me heal. That's why a lot of writers do that. They heal themselves first. In order to, because you're not a good actor or a good writer or anything unless you've gone through some stuff. Because the only way, like one of the best actors for me is Iron Man. What's his name?
Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah, Robert Downey Jr. And the reason he's so good is because he's been through so much. He's real, he feels, and he can project that emotion. Right? So if you tell somebody who hasn't gone through something, I need you to act like your mom croaked, your mom died, right? What pain would you have if they haven't experienced that, or if they didn't want to experience that, they couldn't get there. They couldn't do that. They might have issues. Oh, fuck, I don't want my mom to die. I don't want to feel that. I don't want to feel those emotions, right? So they have to be really transparent in whatever they're dealing with in order to act and project it to the world. Otherwise, you wouldn't feel them. You couldn't feel it. They would just be like, that's boring. That guy's flat. There's no feeling in this. And it's the same with, I learned that with paintings because I used to be an illustrator. So I would illustrate magazines and stuff. And I had to be precise. Like if you're drawing a can of Coke, It has to be accurate as a can of Coke, because that's what they're hiring you to draw. It was like calculators and boring shit like that. And so I always admired people who could put energy in their paintings, who could put emotions. So all the famous people put emotions in their work. They're able to access the energy of the emotion. And it's the same with screenplays or anything else. If you just make something and it's just flat and it's technically correct, but it has no emotion, then you won't attract. Because the actors want something that's going to challenge their emotion. And the producers want something that's going to challenge the emotion of the audience and everybody. But I don't like taking people down there. Some of them do. They just want to take people into hell, scare the shit out of them. And it's interesting because I watched something the other day. It was a sci-fi horror movie. And I watched it and I was halfway through it and I thought, oh, this is supposed to be scary. Because I'm so transparent. It wasn't scary at all. I just like, oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's interesting. I'm just watching it. And it took me a while to go, oh, I think this is a horror movie. I thought it was just sci-fi. So when you're transparent, it's boring. There's one thing too that really got me, and we're almost done, but it's when you wake up, I hate to put it this way, but you kind of feel like you don't care. See, because a lot of it is attachment to emotions. So when you get clear, people can't jerk your emotions around. It's almost like the emotions you have are just joy and happiness and fun and thinking things funny. Because if you want to know the truth, Source thinks this is one of the funniest places in the universe. Everything's funny. Totally funny. And and it's not that Source is laughing at it, it's laughing with us, because when you're on the other side and you've lived billions of years, you know how small what you've experienced looks? Like you go, oh man, that guy, shot and killed me. It's awful. Well, no, when you get on the other side, you're like, oh, that was funny. I shot him in a lifetime before that. or that guy that shot me, he did me a big favor. I need to get out of there. Or it's just funny, and people worrying about, like, if a bunch of people leave at once, it's group mind agreement. They chose it. And it really, when Michael died, it pissed me off, because I knew we get more transparent and we have less emotions in that way. You don't, like, somebody can come and run guilt at me and they can't hook me into it. Right? I used to be able to get hooked into it. Like, people would call me and they're dying. I mean, they're not dying, they're gonna commit suicide. And they'd be like, let me talk to you for an hour, let me talk. And they'd be like, they pay for an hour, then they want to keep going and keep going. And I keep going and keep going, and they couldn't pay me anymore. And they're like, let's keep going and go, keep going. And like 4 hours later, I'm like, and it took me years to stop. Say, I'm done. Because they would hook me into it. I had to keep them alive. I had to keep them on the planet. I had to, see, they hooked me into guilt because I had all that stuff from my mom, but I didn't know it. I didn't know where it was coming from. I just knew that I was getting pissed. See, because it was pulling me down. So I'm up starting the reading, I'm starting to get pissed. That means I'm going down. So if you're getting bored or pissed, you're going the wrong, something's pulling you down. So then you go back up. Okay, what feels lighter right now? And but I wasn't really strong in that way because I still had all that mom stuff. And I could easily get hooked into guilt. Like I told you, I knew one lady, she was always hooked into sex because any guy could walk up to her and say, I want to have sex with you. And she's gorgeous, sexy, gorgeous, like 23. And she'd say, okay. Because she got hooked into, I don't want to make them feel bad. Right? I don't want to turn them down. They'll feel bad. I don't want to make them feel bad. So she got hooked. So she got used. That's why I was telling you about the video game, because I'm like, shit, I'm still not transparent. A stupid little video game could hook me into feeling. So watch your, like, everything in your life and how you react to it. Right? How you, because that tells you where you're at. So what was the question? Did I answer it, or wasn't there a question? Somebody asked. So it's stay up as much as you can. Oh, so I went over that. So this is who you really are, only not really. Because what you really are is all light, right? There's no blue. But you're coming in the material plane, so that's my translation. You don't really have a head or arms or anything. You're more like a ball of light, but that's who you really are. And but this it radiates. It's powerful. It radiates really high level energy. I did another one too. This was Spirit Man. That was one of my logos for a long time. Spirit Man. So these are really easy to paint. Like your spiral, right? So the spiral. So that's why Esther calls it the vortex. So she calls the astral the vortex. And it's spiraling in. And you can, it's interesting because there's spirals everywhere. Like some people will draw them around all the chakras. Esther doesn't believe in chakras. She doesn't believe in aliens, so they can't get any of that through her. Well, she says they can't, see, because your channel is limiting whatever comes through. So that's why I said watch when you're listening to any channel, anybody channeling, even anybody, because everybody has their own stuff. You have to follow your guidance. What's real, what's not. So, and she says they're never coming. If you think aliens are ever coming, they're never coming. And I think what she means is not in the physical, not like in a physical ship, because that's true. They're not coming in physical ships. They don't need to. They're on, either it's too far for a physical ship, or they're etheric. And even Esther, Abraham, right? Abraham and all these energies, they're all consciousness. They don't need a flying saucer. That would be such a limitation. Because like I said, you're on the moon, right? You're on the moon that quick. That's what they're doing. They're saying, oh, I'm sending my love this way to these people. So they're sending packets of information, high level consciousness, and then anybody here who's available can pick it up. Because not only are people here helping each other, people in other systems and realities are helping each other, and Earth is like the pucker I was telling you about. People here going help, 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 and so the answer is just like Source said, the dairyman. Source, I said I'd like to get some milk. Source didn't send an angel with a milk can. Source sent somebody in the physical realm that can deliver me milk every week, right? And so people on Earth are consciousness, we're God consciousness, and we're saying help, help, help. I want this help. You know, some of them are suffering. Help, help, help. Creates more asking. And at a certain point, that asking is strong enough that other consciousnesses from other realms come here and answer. And they say, oh, well, here's how you wake up. Here's what happens. Here's who you really are. And that's creating a lot of channels and stuff. And that's why it's a great awakening, because it was a great asking. If we weren't asking, there wouldn't be a great awakening. That's how it works. Right? So since so many people were suffering, they were asking, and then there's a great awakening. And that's kind of what happened during the Renaissance. Right? There was dark ages. Things got heavy and dark. And people were asking, help, 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 help. And then all at once, whoa, the Renaissance and Michelangelo and all this beautiful art and carvings and everything changed. That's how it works. So it's another level of that coming forward to help us all. And they're helping us. But that you still, since we're in such density, you still got to be careful what level you're on. Right? Just know you're always protected. Everything you get is coming from your source energy. Otherwise, you'll know. Make that. I know. I'll feel it. If it's not my source, I'll feel it. If it's not my guidance, I won't. It'll go away. I won't be drawn to it, and so you keep making your own rules. And then I have one. I was never, for a long time, I wasn't really good at remembering people's names. And when I'm here, I can tell you your past life. Everybody who knows past life, I can tell you what you ate for breakfast. I can do a session and tell you what's going on in your body. I can tell you all that stuff. And then I can see you. I saw this guy I did a 4-hour session with, actually. This is my higher self-consciousness. It has a lot of energy and a lot of access, because I'm in what you were asking about Akashic records. Yeah, that's all there. It's easy for me. And but then I saw him next door, or the next day at Borders bookstore. And I did an in person for him. I think it was at Borders. And then the next day I saw him, and Borders is like Starbucks kind of, this big bookstore chain. And I saw him and I barely recognized him. And they paid me a lot of money. And I barely recognized him. And he looks at me and he's like, yeah, I mean, I just told him all about everything in the universe and his whole life and his history and all this stuff. And I looked at him like, I have no idea who you are, what your name is. I need to start writing, because I really don't keep track. Sometimes I'll write down people's birth date and the name of their husband, or if they have 2 kids, I'll write that stuff down, their phone number. But I don't write down the details. It would take me hours to write down the details, and I'd have to get it again. So then when somebody comes back for a session, it's like their whole files are right there again. It's like I got the whole file. It's right there. Oh yeah, I remember, blah, blah, blah. It's because it's this consciousness. And at the time, it's more me now all the time, but at the time it wasn't, my consciousness wasn't quite as blended as it is now, because that was probably 15, 20 years ago. So, but at first I judged myself. I'm like, shit, I should at least remember the guy's name. He was pissed. He was mad that I was, because he's probably thinking, oh, this woman, she's my best friend. She's told me about everything, and now she doesn't even remember who the hell I am. Right? Oh, well. And so I said, oh, well. He didn't I couldn't explain it to him. He didn't, and I didn't even understand at the time, because I hadn't gone through it and understood that it's just a different level of consciousness. And then, well, I knew some of that. And then there's a lot of stuff we blame ourselves for, and it just means that we don't know about it yet. So as you're waking up, try not to blame yourself. I thought, oh, I should remember this guy's name. That should know myself, right? I should know myself. So, and then it's going to slip away again. I had it and it slipped, had it and it slipped. the next thing I want to say. You can feel them slipping away. What was it? It related to that. I don't know, it's gone. Sometimes when things leave, I'm like, okay, I won't say it. Or sometimes I'll get, don't say that. Or don't go there. My guidance will say, don't go there. Like they're not ready for that right now. Or that'll drop the level. Because if I go into something, it'll drop the level. They're like, no, don't go there yet. Because they want to keep the level. So when you're in tune, you because this consciousness knows what it's doing. Because it's not the words you're listening to, there's energy that's shifting you. You're in a different field than normal. So I wouldn't suggest going out and driving a lot after this or anything, unless you don't have a lot of traffic. You'll be a little out of your body, right? Like, so ground in. Ground back into your bodies. And then put that cord all the way to the center of the earth. And hook into the center of the earth. And just do whatever feels right for you.
Off to you. You've done so great. I mean, from nothing to, I mean, really just putting it all together and doing that. I'm just really so thankful.
Yeah,
And
Lisa, you've done great.
Oh,
Definitely.
thank you. I appreciate that. And I mean, even when I was teaching on the cruises, it was like, I was shaking. It was like, because, you know, one of the public speaking is one of the things you have to get used to. And I got a VIP right out of doing one of those, or two. I think I got 2 VIPs. It's interesting when you put yourself forward, because, and I mean, they paid me like $12,000 here. Like, no, all in advance, no problem. It's like, because that level of people, when you're on a cruise and the people can afford the cruise, or you're on an event and you're paying $2,000 to go to the event, like PLF. I'm doing PLF at the end of the week. I've been in person too. I got a $2,000 an hour client out of that. This guy, because you're hanging out with people that they're not worried about money. They have lots of money. It's time. If you can get them there, it's time. It's not money. And the same thing with producers. If you reach little producers, it's always going to be money issues. But if you reach producers who have a lot of money but don't have much time, they'll appreciate that everything you've got's ready to go. See, it's a different consciousness. And this guy, I'll tell you about this guy. First, I'll tell you about the drink. Then I'll tell you about the guy, and then we'll go. So I love scotch. I used to never drink hard liquor because my parents were alcoholics. And I know I'm not, because I quit. I just quit 3 weeks ago for 4 or 5 days because I did a fast, and you can't drink on a fast. And I didn't have any withdrawal or anything. Anyway, I'd buy kind of cheap liquor or whatever, right? And I was feeling pretty good, and I paid like a lot of money to go to this event, expensive hotel, Scottsdale, Arizona, and I go up to the bar, and he says, "What?" I said, "I'd like some scotch, dry or whatever." It wasn't. I don't know if it was. I wasn't on the rocks. I just like scotch, and he goes, "What kind?" I go, "I'll just take the best you have." And I was in a very expensive hotel, right? I can take the best one you got. And so he goes into my scotch, and I'm like, "Oh my God, this is good." And I'm drinking it. It's so good. It's really good. And I'm sure it wasn't the most expensive one. He was being nice to me. When I got the bill and it was $36 a shot.
$36, not too bad.
Oh yeah, well it was like, I'm glad he didn't give me the $120 a shot one, right?
Yeah, he could.
I leveled up. I leveled up because in the past I would have always, oh well, how much is it? Oh well, how much is it? How much is everything? Like I was taught that, right? I was like, no, just give me that. And so then I walk around the corner after just flowing with, I have money, right? And then I walk around the corner and this guy comes up and he's drinking scotch and we start talking. He's happy and jolly. He's a flat plus. So he's 35,000 a year or more. At the time, that was 10 years ago. And I think it's 45,000 now. And he said, what you do? I said, I'm psychic. He goes, you're a psychic. My sister loves psychics. She spends 50,000 a year on psychics. And I said, oh, really? And he said, can I give her your card? I go, sure. He goes, how much are you? I go, 2,000 an hour. And I was only one, but I doubled it. I go, I'm 2,000 an hour. She paid me the next day in advance, 2 weeks in advance, 2,000 an hour. Didn't even know who I was, never seen me before. That's the kind of people, right, that you flow toward, but I couldn't hold the level, right? So I did this session for her and her husband, and I told them what was going on, which they knew. She wanted to sell her business, and he didn't. And so, but they had it for sale, and they're like, why doesn't this go through? Why doesn't it go through? I said, because your husband, in this separate session, she split it 30 minutes each. And I said, because your husband doesn't want to. That was before I got to him. Your husband doesn't want to, because for him, see, my heart's hurting on that one. For him, he's dying. He'll if he thinks if he gets rid of the business, he'll die. He'll just be bored. And so she's like, oh yeah, I kind of knew that. and then I talked to him and I helped him, and I don't know what they did with their business. It was very expensive business. It was teaching kids multiple language and stuff, or in some of the country. But I couldn't hold the field because I talked too long.
You got to shorten your talks.
No, I wanted to get him more. I had the need. Oh, they're paying 2,000. Oh, let me just give them more. Oh, let me just give them more.
No, you
And
can't.
I recognized that in the past. That was one of the hooks people would get me into, right? Because I had a need to help. I had a need. And if you're like, people pay me $1,000 an hour, but we're done. Because I can hold that field easy because I've had so many sessions for that. But that 2,000 an hour was like couldn't quite hold it. And that's what happens as you level up. Somebody, when they offer you more, when you're going for more, you've got to be able to hold that value in yourself. Right? So you think if you're going to sell your screenplay and it's just, I can't really see the middle very well, but go Highland. So when you go for, if you ask like 10,000 and your tummy goes, ugh, and you go, okay, well, 25,000. Tummy goes, well, that feels a little better. And you go, 50,000. Yeah, that feels good. And then you go, 125,000. And your tummy goes, ah. Right? So you gotta, although you might be able to hold 120. So you gotta go, you feel your own tummy. You feel your guidance, because it's not that you're not worth 125,000 for a script. It's not that at all. It's that you might not be able to hold that I'm worth that in yourself. My work is worth that. It's a self-worth thing. And you'll see that people that are very rich love themselves. They love themselves, even if they're not good people. Donald Trump is a perfect example. He's not that great a person, but he loves the shit out of himself and everything he does. He loves himself. So that's the best thing that was ever done. I was the best president they ever had. Totally blind to any other reality. He just loves himself and everything he does. He's a really good example. And then like Paris Hilton. Yeah, I'm worth it. I'm good. I'm worth it. And she does that because she was raised that way. She was raised in that energy, that wealth, huh?
Are you talking about Paris Hilton?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah,
almost did.
so it's, but she's probably, I don't know how her relationships are. So she might have had to deal with this shit on relationship, but on money, not at all. Right? So, because you come in for what you're learning, like you might have had a past life where you were like a multi-millionaire, but you had no friends. So you come in this lifetime and you have lots of friends and no money. So you know what it's like on the other side. So it's not a judgment. You're just rounding out that, that diamond I was showing you guys. You're just rounding your diamond out. You're fixing the parts that aren't quite in alignment. That's what we're doing here. So thank you everyone for your time. If this has helped you, please give me a testimonial with your name and everything and your face if possible, like a picture, like if I could use your Facebook picture or whatever. And
You want us to email that to you or send it to you on Facebook or in the group chat, or how do you want to do it?
I'll put it all over the internet. Everywhere, all your friends. I don't
Send it to all my friends, everything.
yeah, everybody. I don't care. You can put it in the group, but if you give it to me, I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna put it out there. And that lady that gave me the really good testimonial, the one that I have on the sales page, or the one you signed up that said this is high level information. Did any of you see that? It's on the original page.
Yeah, I think I saw it. Yeah.
Yeah, she's in England. I never met her.
Oh, wow.
I never talked to her.
Oh, wow.
So I think I did. I finally gave her a reading. She bought Level Up with Lisa. The offer I have, the program that comes with this, where you get me in person. She bought that right out of England. Don't know how she found about it. And sent me that testimonial because it changed her life so much. So you never know where it's coming from. I know more now than I knew then. So, yeah.
Well, I've got a ton of notes. Thank you so much. And I've got lots of stuff. This is part of my gift, is to distill and to do messaging. I know that's yours too, as well. But sometimes it's nice to have a different perspective, right? Especially, so I hope it's helpful, but I don't want to give you too much.
Good. Oh, good. I appreciate it.
I really and truly thank you so much. You've helped me see really confidence and clarity and validation and so much more. So I'll definitely be sharing. Thank you. And
Okay,
thank
but also let me know. So send me
Thank you.
Send me those right away while you're in the energy of
Okay.
appreciation.
Yeah.
But also in like 2 weeks, let me know how you're doing.
Okay.
Let me know what shifted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right? So that.
Yeah, we'll keep you posted.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Thank you all and God bless you. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you
God
so
bless-
much.
Blessings to all of you.
Yeah. Right next to you. Thank you.
It's nice meeting everyone.
Nice meeting everyone and seeing everyone and everything.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank you, Lisa.
Bye. Thank you.